Jingyan and Danielle. Hi. Hi. Just wanted to make sure I could, as I introduce you. Nora, Naomi, and Emma. Nora, Naomi, and Okay. Yeah. There's a mic there.
Good morning, everyone. Has everyone made it into the theater yet? Hopefully. If there's any stragglers, they can all catch up. I'd just like to say welcome to the Mitie Term 1 conference at PLC. I just want to thank Anthony England and his team for hosting this event. It's always hard to get a school that is willing to host, so I'm just very grateful that that PLC is willing to do that for us. I hope you guys are excited for a very filled day. It's I don't know if many of you looked at the agenda, but it's looking a little bit different this one. It's, as you would know, the theme of the day is through their eyes, and so through the students' eyes. And we get so caught up in strategies and with tech, and trying to have reliable networks, and it's nice to be able to pause and go, why we're doing this, and what are we, I guess the technology is what we're bringing in the school and how that supports students. And so it'd be nice to hear the perspective of the students moving forward throughout the day. I would like to thank our sponsors, ASI Solutions, Orion, Bitdefender, Clever, Desire Audiovisual, Fax, iSAMS, Veracross. They all have stands just outside. Can I just encourage you to visit their stands when we have breaks? Without their support, it makes it really hard to run these conferences. So give them some time. I'm sure they have amazing things to offer for your school. I encourage you to go see them. Look, I don't want to spend too much time speaking. We've got a full day ahead. Just quickly, if you haven't noticed, if you need Wi-Fi, you can see that the username and password is on the walls on the side, or if you looked at the agenda, those details are there as well. Let's get started. First, I would like to invite Justin, the Deputy Principal of PLC, and he'll be taking us through what's happening today.
Hi all, a huge welcome to Pymble. My name's Justin Raymond, Deputy Principal Students at Pymble Ladies College. Probably a decade ago when I had some hair, I was actually on this side of the audience. So my backstory is computing teacher, IT integrator, director of IT, and then moving into these deputy principal roles. Academics and now students, which is absolutely filling my cup. Desperately love it. It's really cool being able to work with the girls every day that I get to do in my role. Thought I would just go through today, take you through some things that have excited me. Got the old propeller whirring a little bit and spinning really hard, so thought I might, before we kick off, get into a quick acknowledgement of country. I'd like to acknowledge that we're meeting today on the traditional lands of the Darramurrugal people, the traditional custodians of this land. I pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging, and extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples present today. Interestingly, Pymble was a meeting place. Pymble was a place on its way through to the Hawkesbury River, and I think that's really relevant for this opportunity to come together today. Learn from the young people that we've got here. I love the title, you know, see it through their eyes. It's very, very Anthony England. And yeah, it's a really great representation of a different view of AI, and I'll probably kick back to something a little bit more conservative in a second. Okay, Pymble as a school. Who's been here before? Who's seen, worked with, known us? Okay, so this is my 15th year at Pymble, which is pretty extraordinary to stay in one place for such a long time. But it's been a place that I dearly love, that I've found pretty much exponential growth professionally and personally. And the things I love about it, as you can see there by our branding, marketing stuff that came out 6 years ago now, we're bold. We're bold. And particularly for girls' schools where stereotypes hold, Pymble loves to break that mould. And it loves to be the school that has a real appetite for new, for different, and balancing that really nicely with quality and excellence. And those things being able to go hand in hand is a really hard thing to be able to achieve. And I think Pymble does it well. Fun facts, 2,500 girls, largest girls' school Southern Hemisphere, makes us a big school. With that scale comes opportunity, comes resourcing, comes structures. So one of the common things that you might hear about people who come into our orbit is, well, how do you get to know all the kids and how do you get to know everyone? And I think the reality is the right people get to go on the journey with those kids, and they know them really well. But you can't, like when you walk through the city of Sydney, you can't know everyone. And there probably is a cultural adjustment to walk through the campus and be at peace knowing you're probably not going to know every student or staff member by name and by face. But I think once you accommodate to that and work with that, you see all the other richness that a big school offers, and it's really, really, really fantastic. We have 2 campuses, is the other fun fact. So you're here on Pymble campus. Pymble acquired in 2020 Vision Valley out at Arcadia. It's about a 45-minute drive through here, and it's our outdoor education campus. So the girls, some of which will have done and some of which will do, actually get to spend 4 weeks in a residential setting out at Vision Valley. No phones, no parents, no contact except old school letter writing. And they go out there and they live out there, think like Glengarry, et cetera, that kind of experience. And it truly is, it's the best thing I've been part of in my career, being able to work with that program and to see the benefits it has on the young people that go through out there. So great to know that we do have those 2 campuses. Other than that, it's a normal school. We really do try, like every school, to do well the pillars of academic excellence as well as great student wellbeing. We're a boarding school with about 150 boarders, which is always, you know, a really lovely flavour. The predominance of those boarders are country New South Wales. They're overwhelmingly the core of our clientele there. Other than that, a huge shout out to Anthony and the team. It's great to have you guys here. It feels, you know, selfishly, personally, really lovely to kind of be back in this group of people again, and to see some faces I haven't seen in quite a while. All right, let's get on with things. So I have been disrupted massively in the last 3 months. My little hamster wheel in here spends lots of time worrying at the thought of everything that's happening in the world of tech at the moment. And the catalyst for that for me has been this podcast. Has anyone listened to it? Okay, add it. These guys are literally at the edge with the best people globally. You name it, Eric Schmidt, Elon, whoever, they just get them in and they have them there. They have direct contact with all the people. They are the smartest dudes in any room all the time. And the things they talk about, they're now releasing 2 episodes a week of like as it breaks tech, AI stuff. Because as I'm sure you're aware, that bouncing ball keeps bouncing in new and different directions every day. So for a bit of fun, who loves a countdown? Come on. Who loves a countdown? Woohoo, thank you. All right, cool. So I always might be the 90s version of myself. I used to love like the music countdown and you wait to see what was track number 1, what was going to be the number 1 song. So I thought I'd give you my last 3 months countdown of the things that have rocked my little world, that have disrupted my thinking around tech. And that's holistically. That's not just in schools and AI, that's for my kids and how will they navigate the world. That's from a student perspective, from a teaching and learning perspective, that's from a financial markets perspective. These things, this is my top 5 list of disruptions. Okay, here we go, drum roll. Thank you. See, girls, willing participants, nailed it. All right, number 5. This wasn't long ago. This was a comment on a podcast once that has now gone mainstream. Companies, the big tech companies, are jockeying everywhere to make this a reality. Yep, we don't have power, we don't have solar issues in space. 6 times more efficiency up there. We proved with Starlink, etc. Latency is not an issue. Sending data back and forth, we're pretty good. The whole constraint and push of everything about we don't have enough chips here on Earth, we don't have enough data centers and power. It was like a mythical thing. It's reality. Everyone's gunning for it. Mind blown. Okay, you liking the countdown? Number 4? Thank you. I don't know if you've seen this, but the models and recursive self-improvement with AI and this shift that has been from training on real data to where we are now with synthetic self-training models, and the iterations and the jump that we've seen in models and the 6-weeky kind of cycle that's happening is extraordinary. And the quality that we're seeing, and remember all the conversations about hallucinations and wig outs and all of that stuff? How many hallucinations are we getting nowadays? Very few and far between. The models are growing exponentially, and that's number 4 on my list. Number 3, Elon's conversation to stop producing Model S and Model X Teslas in the States and dedicate those 2 factories solely to Optimus 3 production says big things. If we can have, our world is built for human form factor. If we have something able to navigate our physical world and do what we can do as humans, and then has intelligence of AI, and just use that exponential line for the intelligence of AI, what jobs and work can these things not do? It's a really profound shift. His plan is to get them to go and mine the moon and get all the minerals to build his orbital data centres. But there are so many things and so many applications, from home care and these kinds of things for elderly. So many things that people could purchase from a capital perspective, a humanoid robot to bring in to be able to do the work. Number 3, and this is my personal bias and my old geeky, hack coder kind of perspective, but the SaaSpocalypse rocked my world. Watching these markets tumble, watching the big players wipe off 25% because the thing that was vibe coding got real and grew up. And the people using these tools, and when you play with Claude Code and when you get to see the capacity of what these things can do now, the whole world went, oh my gosh, this is real, this isn't toy, this isn't gimmick. Software engineering has turned on its head. All right, a little bit doom and gloom, don't mean it to be. All right, number 1, any predictions? over to you. What's the number one song? What are we going for? Number one disruptive thing in my little world. Come on. What have we got? Open claw. Absolutely, this shift where everything was cloud, to on your little PC, you have got the capacity to do extraordinary things, mind-blowing things, and spin up armies and armies of agents has absolutely shifted the whole narrative and trajectory of AI and where it's heading. And I think it asks really good questions, you know, for you in the room about how do you manage this? What opportunities can you unlock with this? All right. Has anyone got a lobster? Anyone got a lobster yet? Yep. Okay. All right. So, how do you respond as IT leaders? I've got 3 questions, and because we've got to have a bit of fun, I've got a bonus question for you as well. So my first question is, what's your school's position? Does your school have a position in this space? I'm sure we do from an academic point of view around integrity assessments, but that's a long time ago. As I've hopefully given you a shift there, you know, a shift in thinking and perspective today, this stuff's real, it's not fictional, it's happening. So with those disruptions, what's your school's position? Where will it sit on AI? And I'm talking the big side of things, the human side of things, employment. Not just necessarily kids' assessment malpractice, which has been the scope of AI conversation in schools largely. Second one, this really I think is the most powerful question. Who is looking at this with you at your school? You guys are here. You're aware, you've seen, you're knowing, you're playing, you're tinkering, you're doing all these things. But who on your leadership team also knows? Who's going to advocate for you? Who is going to help see another world and take this forward? And my last question is a fun bear-poking one for you. What are you willing to disrupt? What are the places that you could play, that you could prototype, that you could do something to see what's possible? All right, my last slide and bonus question, which I hope is a good segue. We do so much in schools, and I appreciate every school is different, but what can you get in the girls' hands? What can you get in the boys' hands? What can you get in the kids' hands? There is so much incredible tech. The thing that worries me as a parent the most has been this absolute imperative, I think is the right word. I have to get my kids creating, not consuming. I know it's a long old mantra in IT integration world. I need my kids on tools. Okay? With the speculation of what could happen with future careers, if we have 2 lawyers and 1 lawyer is an AI Jedi master, I know which lawyer is going to get employed. We have to get our kids playing with these tools. They have to be at the cutting edge. They have to be given nice, safe sandboxes to play and to really get a sense of what the capacity and potential is, and find a way to have that supported with school and have people behind you. Thanks again for your time. I hope you have a great day. Again, a huge shout out to Anthony and the team for putting this together, and look forward to seeing how you're able to learn with the girls and from the girls today.
Thanks, everybody. There's the Wi-Fi connection if you didn't get it before. I'm going to speed run this because we need the stars of the day to have a chance. So that's the run of today. Great, seen it. Let's move on. To reiterate what Justin's saying, what we've been seeing is that thinking is cheap, creating is cheap, and that shifts the value and importance upstream to things like judgment and trust, authenticity. And that's our today world. And as Justin mentioned, if action, doing things like that open claw BISO, is becoming cheap and labour becomes cheap, then where's the value for our students is a great question. Spooky graph, the red line is that open claw star rating on GitHub. It looks like a wall because it is a wall and we're at that point. The other two lines is what half the internet's built on with Linux and the other half of what it's built with, which is React. And there's open claw. So here is where we are, and here's why we need to take our students' voices very, very seriously. So let's hear from them. And I've got the great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, who is Imogen, and she's going to be looking at AI and our future. So welcome, Imogen.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Imogen Key, and I'm currently a Year 11 student here at Pymble Ladies College. Over the past year, I've been incredibly grateful for the opportunity to advocate and listen to youth voices and youth perspectives through my role as the United Nations Youth National Ambassador. So this role has allowed me to travel interstate and across Australia to speak with students and really work with organisations, for example, like the ABC, you can see there, to advocate for issues that really matter to young people today. And one of the most common topics, which I want to talk about in my presentation today, and which will be no surprise to you, is AI and what young people are concerned about when it comes to AI. And I'm really honoured to open the discussion by sharing the different student perspectives I've been able to hear and therefore advocate for. So one of the main messages I've heard from students isn't just the use of AI, but I think it's the underlying mix of how they actually feel about AI. And it was really interesting being a student and hearing other students' perspectives and seeing how they, I think, align with my own. I think students are thinking about AI in the present, but more so questioning what it means for their future, and that future focus is something that they were very, very, very concerned about. And I think often we hear concerns wondering whether it's impactful and relevant for things like skill building, like are the skills we're building now in school going to still be relevant and useful in the workforce for when we're older. And I think another key concern, which I believe has become very overlooked, is the question and the deeper question of identity. And I think that comes, like, when we think about that, it's about where students feel like they fit where AI is concerned and whether they'll actually be able to keep up with the ever-changing and fast pace of AI like we've already touched on this morning. And I think after speaking with different groups, I initially felt like I needed to have all the answers and guide the conversation and be the leader in that conversation. But to be honest, as a student myself, I actually didn't have the answers. And I found myself quite, I guess, at a dead end because I didn't know what to say. And I also had the same concerns. Instead, in that situation, I really had to find the courage to step back and listen to the students' experiences. And I found that students aren't just questioning AI, they're learning how to make it work for them, and they're actually building pathways where AI becomes a tool for us. I think this is done in a few ways. The first way that I was able to discuss with them was using it to stay organised. So things like planning study schedules, managing workloads, and just overall making school life more manageable. So really turning AI into something that we can use to make, I guess, the workload easier, particularly in the senior years. The second way I was able to hear about the perspective and the use that students are utilising with AI is the exploration into their futures. So things like researching university options, understanding pathways, course requirements, and making more informed decisions because they have had easy access to comprehensive information. And I think this applies for universities outside of Australia as well. I have a lot of friends that are able to research and gain knowledge about universities outside of Australia, whether that's in the US or in Asia or in the UK, because they've had different chatbots that they can talk to talk about requirements and to really help them better understand how they can gain, I guess, better access to those pathways. And then finally, I think the most obvious way, and I think the thing that we'll talk about the most today, is within their education, so how they're using it to strengthen their learning. So this looks like things like helping break down complex concepts, especially in more STEM-heavy subjects, things like maths, science, economics. I see a lot of people using it in subjects like that, and also summarising notes to make your learning more efficient, especially from learning at home, so things like in your studying for tests and exams, and then also just engaging with content in new ways. I know personally, I take a lot of the information that I learnt and I put it through different chatbots, and I get it to create example tests for me and example questions, so I can get an outsider perspective, which is very helpful, not having teachers or not having a necessarily like academic perspectives at home. And I think that another perspective that I've heard from students is that students really want to, I guess, push and explore the different perspectives that surround the use of like balanced AI, essentially. So I think some students feel that it has become too easy to rely on AI, which is, again, a common theme that I think we're going to talk about a lot today. And in doing so, some students I've heard feel like they're losing sight of their personal experience when learning because we have become more reliant on AI. And I think students really want to advocate for the balance of AI and using it responsibly, ethically, and with integrity, like we've already touched on earlier. And I think the final and, I guess, overarching message that students have really been concerned about is just around the conversation in AI. So how are we getting students actually involved? And students are, I guess, they want to be part of this. They really, we want to start encouraging students to help lend their voice to these conversations, because students do want to become really involved in the conversations around AI at events like today. And I think from everything I've seen, students aren't afraid of AI itself. I think the main concern that they have is just that they're unsure about the future that is going to be shaped by it, and whether they have the power to shape that future and take that control as young people and as students. And I think that that's a really important shift to consider. I think instead of seeing AI as something that replaces like work or potential, I think AI and what students want from AI, from what I've heard, is that they want to start seeing it as something that we can actually work with. So how is something that, if used well, like how can it help students shape their growth and support and help push these new possibilities and opportunities as students? And I think a lot of the students I've spoken with understand that the future isn't simply AI. I think there's this idea that the future is purely AI, or the future is AI taking over our jobs. But I think as young people, a lot of what I've heard is that it's more actually going to be about how we choose to use AI. So I think what a lot of young people would really appreciate, or really wanting to get their hands on, is just about learning about AI. Things like having AI courses, becoming aware. Pymble does that really well. We're really lucky to have AI programs that are actually specifically built for us to help us complete our tasks in an effective and, I guess, education-focused way. So more about, just having students involved and having students using AI effectively and supported in that learning. But I think the most inspiring thing I've heard that students say is that they aren't necessarily waiting for the perfect time for AI. I think that there's a lot of concern around AI, but the most inspiring and impactful thing I've learned from my experience listening to these students is that AI is not something that they are sitting out of or are intimidated by. Students are very much taking initiative, they're experimenting, they're learning, and they're advocating for a future where AI doesn't necessarily overshadow their humanity, but instead enhances it. And I think that there's definitely some examples that I talked about earlier about utilizing AI really effectively in their learning, but it's something that young people are really wanting to participate in and wanting to be a part of, which is, I think, something very positive that we can take from this. So I think overall, the main message from young people is that we want to be involved, and we are so lucky to have systems that already support us and enable us to do that. But I guess we're more willing to be part of the conversation, and we're so excited to be part of the conversation at events like today. So we warmly welcome you to Pymble Ladies College. We hope you really enjoy the conference today, and we're very looking forward to the insightful conversations that we're going to have together. I'll now pass over to Jin Yang and Danielle, who will also give another presentation on student perspective with AI. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Danielle Hu, and I'm a Year 9 student here at Pymble. Today, I'd like to discuss with you the evolving role of AI, particularly from a more psychological perspective. AI is becoming a very powerful and influential presence in our contemporary lives. And to be completely candid, I believe that artificial intelligence will be the force that either propels humanity into our next era of advancement or otherwise contributes significantly to our downfall. I believe there is very little middle ground. The same systems that have the potential to revolutionize medicine, education, global problem solving also carry the same capacity to erode critical thinking skills and concentrate power, blur accountability, and that duality is what makes AI a profound issue in my opinion, especially in terms of the big topic I'll be talking to you about today, which is trust. Traditionally, we've relied on what we see and read as a relatively stable reflection of reality. However, between the rise of deepfakes and persuasive AI, the line between what's real and what's artificial is becoming harder to distinguish day by day, creating a state of epistemic uncertainty. And in a school setting, this is especially concerning as it can undermine students' ability to think independently and evaluate information critically, often leading to reliance on external systems that are more often than not wrong. To explore this, I recently conducted a longitudinal research project at school, where recruited participants are required to answer weekly forms. Jing is one of these participants and will later share her perspective on this issue and trust. What I've found so far is that AI, to put it simply, destabilizes trust. As synthetic media becomes more realistic, the terms seeing is believing no longer holds. Instead of making people more critical, repeated exposure creates uncertainty, where both real and fake content become equally suspect. This phenomenon is particularly concerning because it enables what is often referred to as a liar's dividend, where even real evidence can be dismissed as fake, weakening accountability and trust in institutions, media, interpersonal communication, etc. In this sense, AI destabilizes the very foundations upon which belief and truth are constructed, making it a significant ethical and psychological concern. And this issue is directly addressed in the findings of this project, which I will now hand over to Jane to discuss.
Hi, I'm Jing, and as Danielle mentioned, I'm one of the participants in a project. This project has several components, but the main one we are discussing today being trust. One of the main concepts of this section was how hard it is to differentiate between real and AI-generated content. From my perspective, what is most concerning is not just that AI can create convincing fake content, but that it changes how we interpret everything we see. We were sent a video about a dog shopping adventure, and it features a couple of dogs on a shopping journey. The footage was entirely real, though heavily trained and edited, and most participants selected as it was real. However, through several weeks and several videos that were revealed to be AI-generated, we were sent the same dog video again. Almost all of us questioned its authenticity now, as we had not been told earlier if it was real or not. This wasn't just because there were clear signs of manipulation, but because the situation itself felt too unusual or too perfectly constructed. As a result, participants began to not just doubt the video, but their own ability to judge what is real. This reflects a broader psychological shift. When people are repeatedly exposed to AI-generated content, they become less certain overall. Real content starts to feel artificial, and confidence in personal judgment begins to decline. Trust is no longer based on evidence or observation, but on a constant sense of uncertainty. What this suggests is that AI doesn't just introduce misinformation. It changes the conditions under which we evaluate truth itself. If people cannot confidently distinguish between what is real and what is not, then truth becomes unstable. Over time, this could lead to a situation where individuals either doubt everything or rely on external systems to tell them what is true. Both outcomes raise serious concerns about autonomy, critical thinking, and the future of how we understand and engage with information. To put it simply, AI destabilizes trust. When individuals can no longer confidently distinguish between real and artificial content, truth shifts from being an assumption to a constant judgment. This has profound implications, not only for how we consume media, but for how we understand truth itself in an increasingly AI-mediated world. Ultimately, by eroding our ability to trust both what we see and our own judgment, AI creates a dangerous environment where truth itself becomes unstable and easily manipulated. I'll now hand over to Naomi, Emma, and Nora to talk about opportunities.
Hi everyone, my name is Naomi and I'm currently a Year 7 student attending Pymble. So, artificial intelligence. What comes to mind when you hear that term? Do you think about a robotic entity that will take over our world, or about a harmless piece of code that poses no real risk to humanity? Today, I am standing here to tell you about the sheer amount of opportunities that AI can offer in a diversity of jobs, as well as assisting the quality education that our future generations undoubtedly deserve. Although currently many may be concerned over the power that AI may be gaining to the point that it could take over a multitude of jobs, such as those related to administrative work or even software development, posing a significant and consequential risk to the workings of our status quo, it is also a stepping stone to a better future. Yes, I think we can all agree that AI does come with notable dangers, including the spreading of misinformation, in which, as we can see, especially amongst young people, in which social media is already taking a considerable toll, with the rapid development of deepfakes and rumors promoted through the use of AI. However, I believe that this is something that could be easily overcome by, utilizing stricter government regulation and simply by educating students, the future of our world, on how to appropriately use AI to the point that it does not take away imaginative and creative skills by increasing reliance and dependability. And I think this is a problem that a lot of people are currently concerned with, and that a lot of the global government should probably focus on and crack down on, because it's affecting the future of our world. I believe that if we manage to do this and mitigate the possible dangers that AI presents, it could lead us to a myriad of opportunities and open doors that evidently overweigh the limited harms that it could potentially pose. If we manage to embrace the benefits that AI brings to our everyday lives, it would mean that we were welcoming a world of proficiency, accelerated innovation, and assistance in solving complex problems that would require the speed that AI takes to provide a solution. AI would make smarter decisions and would be an accessible, objective viewpoint to issues that humans simply do not have the expansive information that AI can access in such a short amount of time across a diversity of sectors, such as healthcare, finance, and manufacturing. And not only can AI help significantly with efficient data analysis and support humans with solving complex problems, it would also mean that the global economy would significantly improve, as projected by experts, through enhanced productivity as well as the inevitable automation of repetitive, routine tasks. By utilizing AI to optimize the proficiency in things such as agriculture and farming, it would lead to crucial cost savings and would carve the way for a changed and improved global market. So before we cower from its looming and inevitable incorporation into our society, and it becomes a ubiquitous form of assistance that we can't possibly ignore, it is our role to prepare for this day and prepare our future generations for this day. Rather than worrying about our future with AI playing such a huge part in it, we should embrace the variety of opportunities that it provides for us. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Emma, and I'm currently a Year 7 student attending Pymble. When people talk about AI and jobs, the conversation is usually framed around loss, jobs disappearing, careers becoming obsolete, and students being replaced. But this fear misses the deeper truth. AI is not ending opportunity, it is changing the rules of opportunity. It presents pathway and potential for a structurally advanced society. For students, success will depend less on memorizing information and primarily learning on how to work alongside intelligent systems. AI, instead of a liability and a harm, challenges our status quo, providing technological advancements by expanding what industries can achieve. Although AI provides efficiency, innovation, and new career pathways, its risks should not be vaguely disregarded. Entry-level jobs, such as data entry, basic coding, administration, and customer service, are at most risk of being displaced. By 2030, AI is projected to take over 20 to 30% of human automated jobs, requiring immediate action. To protect workers in low-skill roles, we must prioritize reskilling, accessible education, and career transport so progress does not exacerbate inequality within society. Our team believes that by adapting students for the future of AI development in jobs is beneficial to both communities and workforces. One of the most prominent but overlooked impacts of AI is the way it fuels entrepreneurial opportunities. By automating routine tasks and providing advanced tools, AI lowers the barrier to starting a business or launching creative projects. Students can now develop apps, create content brands, freelance globally, or even side hustles with minimal upfront investment. AI also enables fast experimentation, allowing ideas to be tested and scaled in ways that were impossible just a few years ago. This newfound pathway ultimately empowers students. By leveraging AI, they can innovate, solve real-world problems, and even shape entirely new industries. Skills that will be increasingly valuable in a world where adaptability and creativity matter more than ever. In an AI-driven world, the most valuable skill a student can cultivate is adaptability. The future is no longer about choosing a perfect career that will remain unchanged. It is about someone capable of evolving alongside rapidly shifting industries. Achieving this requires a commitment to lifelong learning, reskilling, digital confidence across all industries that schools should aim to foster at a young age. Equally important is ensuring that education and training opportunities are accessible across all communities so that students from diverse backgrounds can attain higher-level skill sets, roles that rely on complex problem-solving, creativity, and human judgment. These are the kind of roles that AI cannot easily perform, and focusing on them helps students secure careers that will remain valuable and less at risk of replacement. AI is a tool, not a replacement, allowing societies to thrive while students develop skills that will remain in demand for decades to come. AI will not decide our future careers for us, instead collaborate alongside us. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Nora, a Year 7 student currently attending Pymble. So a few weeks ago, I was sitting at my desk staring at a blank page, with a deadline getting closer but absolutely no idea how to start. So I did what a lot of us would do. I opened AI and typed a question. Within seconds, I had ideas, structure, and suggestions on how to start. And just like that, something impossible became possible. But that was the moment that made me realize something else. This is the power of AI, and this isn't just me. Under the current status quo, this is happening to students everywhere. AI is changing the way we learn and also opening opportunities we've never had before. From a student's perspective, our principal justification is clear. AI improves access to learning. It acts as a tutor that is always available, capable of explaining complex ideas, difficult concepts in different ways, breaking things down step by step. It can support us in moments where we could easily give up. Furthermore, AI enhances our creativity and influences the way we think. Our second justification is that AI provides direction without removing ownership. It allows us to explore new ideas, consider different perspectives, and build confidence in their responses. Now, the burden of proof falls on who oppose AI to show that it does more harm than good. However, it fails to substantiate this claim. If we look at its actual use, it is clear that the impact depends on the user, because AI should support us instead of replacing our thinking. Therefore, the problem is not AI itself, but misuse. And these opportunities don't stop in classrooms. AI is shaping our future we are growing into in all areas. This strengthens our team's case as it actively reshapes the workforce, creating new job opportunities, changing the way industries work, opening pathways that never existed before. As AI continues to grow, it is also opening new opportunities through platforms we already use every day, like social media. What used to be a place just for entertainment is becoming a space where people can create, share ideas, and even build careers. With AI tools helping with editing content ideas and targeting the audience, students today will have more opportunities than ever to express themselves and be heard in the future. While some might argue that AI is taking our jobs, this claim does not meet the required burden of proof. Although certain tasks are automated, it also creates millions of jobs globally in areas like AI development, data science, and digital content creation. So maybe the real question isn't whether AI is dangerous or if it will replace us, but how this generation chooses to grow alongside it. AI can open doors, generate ideas, and create opportunities, but it can't replace the way we think, question, and understand the world. So next time you worry that AI might take your job, remember this. AI can identify patterns, but only we can identify the human behind them. Thank you.
The next presentation is from a student via video. This student, Isabella, courageously emailed our principal to say, stop AI, just stop it. And we thought that was a voice that should be heard for you to think through, for us to think through. And her preference was that she'd like it to be done via video. So this is Isabella's gift to us. And then I will introduce Nicole and Audrey, who will give a very specific example of how they've used AI in robotics before, based on time. I'll come up and do a few other jazz hand things.
I can't live in my home with half of my home functioning and no water, and I can't drink the water.
Just 400 meters away from Beverly Morris's home in rural Georgia, Meta, Instagram and Facebook's parent company, has built a giant data center. A private well is Beverly's only source of water. But since construction began on the data center, the well water has turned murky. The sediment you see, that's from her taps. And she says it wasn't there before.
The water won't come through the water lines to fill the toilet tank, so I have to fill it with a bucket of water. It's plugged with sediment.
Beverly believes the construction is to blame, but Meta denies this.
No one should have to be afraid to drink their water. Not in this day, not in this age.
The area around XAI leads the state in emergency department visits for asthma. Memphis has one of the highest rates of toxic air releases of any American city, and many of its most polluting facilities are in this neighborhood.
He was an ordinary dad, full of joy, full of jokes.
Last year, Alexis lost her grandfather, who struggled with a respiratory illness called chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, or COPD.
COPD is a breathing condition, but you don't get it unless you smoke cigarettes. And my granddad didn't smoke cigarettes, but every 3 weeks or so, my granddad was going to the hospital. He would have to get breathing treatments. I have asthma, bronchitis. My mom have just bronchitis, and now my granny has it.
Thank you. Yeah, that's good job.
I'm Nicole.
Hi, I'm Audrey.
And we're here to talk about AI in scouting and strategy for robotics, specifically for the first robotics competition, which is FRC, which Pimble participates in.
And we believe that this is becoming more and more relevant as this co-curricular is becoming more and more popular among schools as well, and we see kids from the age of year 3 starting to participate in these activities.
So basically, scouting in robotics is just collecting data about all the robots in the competition, for example, their strengths, their weaknesses, and this is really, really important and helpful for strategizing in a match, since the data that we get helps us know our own alliances' strengths and weaknesses, but also our opponents, which is really, really important. So 2 ways AI has helped me in my role as scouting captain. So the first way is through creating the scouting app. So a little bit about how scouting works, at Pimble at least, is that I have a team of scouters that sit with the audience in the stands, and as the match goes on, they watch all the matches live, and they input data into a scouting app about a robot that I assign to them. So for example, they track what the robot does, they track what the robot can do, their weaknesses, etc. And then their input gets converted into a data set that I take and analyze using a program called Tableau. And so prior to this year, we actually had a coding mentor make the scouting app for us, which is really good. However, this year, he was not able to, so we got the opportunity as students to make it ourselves. And so, unfortunately, as someone who has no background in code, I found it really, really hard to learn a whole new coding language, given my time restraint before competition. But thankfully, I had ChatGPT to help me. So basically, I asked it, what are the basics of JSON code, which is the coding language that I was using, to learn the fundamentals of basically coding the scouting app. So as you can see here on the screen, this interface is the app that I eventually created through the help of ChatGPT, and that is the code that I was learning, which is the configuration for the scouting app that I was aiming to tailor for our team. And additionally, another way AI has helped me in scouting is analyzing data. So as you can see up there, I have a graph, kind of like a dashboard of graphs that I use for quantitative data for my scouting. So I get this data from this database, as you can see here on Excel, where I have all the data inputs from the scouting app in this massive spreadsheet. And unfortunately, there are over 400 rows of comments, which I cannot go through one by one to get a qualitative understanding of each robot. That's where AI can help me, because I can put this basically into ChatGPT, and it gives me a set of notes about every single robot that's in the competition on things that can't be tracked using numbers, right? So I can't see how good a robot's, say, defense is through looking at a graph, right? So I can use ChatGPT to help me know a robot's capabilities outside of what a graph can show. So that is what's been really helpful in scouting for AI.
So currently, for robotics, we've also been using AI for strategy. So overall, strategy is basically how we sort of work with different teams, and we have to talk about it before every single match. So in FRC, each match consists of 3 robots, so strategy and teamwork is extremely important. Team needs to plan roles, routes, in order to avoid collisions or fouls beforehand to maximize teamwork results. So after qualification matches, alliance selection is another important process for teams as they advance into playoffs with selected partners. So choosing the right alliance strategically can greatly increase your chances of advancing and even winning the competition, as you can also decrease the skills of other alliances. So currently we're using AI for strategy in 2 main ways. So before the competition, I've used it for scenario generations, where I'm able to start considering and thinking ahead about strategies that may be used during competitions. So of course this went alongside the process of watching matches that occurred in different regionals before ours and analysing what other alliances did. However, AI was helpful with the process of summarising and generating a more precise list of things to consider, and this list also is something that I would give Nicole because I would tell her what data I need from her scouting app so she knows what she needs to include when she's developing the scouting app. So this also assisted me in ensuring that I asked our alliances necessary questions, which are extremely important for the cohesiveness and success of our teamwork, which directly impacts the outcome of the match. So up on the screen is sort of like a screenshot of what the after talking strategy would be like. So we will ask questions and make decisions on things such as starting positions, routes, and roles. And so the sketches you can see are what other teams sort of drew themselves. It's what route they'll be partaking to make sure that we don't collide with each other. And also there are notes on the bottom of the photo on abilities of our alliance, as well as our opponents, provided to me by Nicole and the data she has from scouting. So the second way we also use AI in strategy is game manual analysis. So game manual is basically like rule book for this year's game, and every year they have a new game manual, and it's often really long and sort of lengthy. So I was able to place a PDF of the game manual and ask AI to help me pinpoint important rules and violations that team members would have to look out for example, the driver themselves and human player, where they sort of throw game pieces onto the field and make sure they don't violate the rules. So with the information on these violations, we're able to minimize penalties from fouls, but also learning to play them to our strengths. So, yeah.
So, looking at how AI can be used in the future, specifically for scouting and strategy, like as you can see, like AI already can help us have a more holistic understanding of each robot, which is very, very helpful since scouting is actually a very, very like relatively new aspect of FRC. That we are currently developing. But also, like in the future of scouting, the AI can mainly help eliminate human error, since obviously the people collecting data are still humans at the end of the day, and it's not always completely accurate. And then if the data isn't accurate, then the data is redundant. So it's really important to ensure accuracy in the data, which AI can help with. But also, we know that there are some other teams from like the US that are actually developing their own AI to scout robots. For example, I know there's this one team that's like looking at using heat maps to track where robots are moving throughout the entire game. So you can track like where like their patterns usually like exist and stuff, which really helps us with like understanding like what a robot tends to do during a match. So like even the use of AI at a very, very preliminary level of like generative AI is like very, very useful. Like it's still very useful, even if it's like very, very accessible and simple. So yeah. But also we think that like overall generative AI isn't the only AI that can be used, despite how accessible it is right now, since like ChatGPT is like very, very free and accessible. So we definitely want to like explore other forms of like AI development and stuff for robotics. But it's still like very, very relatively new to pinball, since AI is only become more accessible recently.
Yeah, so overall, we believe that like in the future with AI, it can also be developed as educational tools. So for example, Pinball already have our own AI for different subjects. We have one for digital technology, and we also have one just for school in general, where you're able to just access it from the portal and you can ask it questions and you can answer. So with if we are able to develop an AI specific to robotics, it can enhance how students learn and engage with content because it will make it more accessible. So for example, students can ask an AI developed for robotics with accurate information on how to do the wiring for a certain part of electronics, because that's a lot of where students struggle with, because it requires really technical skills and sometimes coaches aren't able to answer them straight away. So however, most importantly, students should also be involved in building these tools themselves as their primary users, and this helps students develop valuable skills in technology, problem solving and innovation, which is the core of robotics. So in the future for strategy, AI can also give us a competitive edge in the future by turning scouting data into smarter decisions, not just by looking at graphs and making human decisions. So it can help us pick alliances based on team synergy. For example, how well, for example, 2 defense robot matches 1 offense robot will work, and how that competes with 2 offense robots and 1 defense robot in the team. So it really isn't just about individual scores, but the team synergy as a whole. And simulating matches to predict outcomes is also something AI can help us to do, and it will allow us to predict rankings before they happen, so it can allow us to talk to our alliances beforehand. And if we build our own system, we can even adapt in real time and optimize strategy while maximizing our outcomes and using AI to its full potential.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're about to move into the next session. If I was to summarise what I've heard so far, is that if our schools are focused on constraining and worrying about how students are using AI, we've really missed the brief. That they're concerned about the future and their future, and we need to help them grow into that rather than just worry about constraining and maintaining existing assessment strategies as the primary topic. It's not, it's their future. Leaning a bit into that last presentation on robotics, Dan Brown may be in the room. Yeah, Pinball doesn't just have fantastic students, we have an amazing array of STEM opportunities that they can participate in, and we have the candy store open today, and Mr. Brown's going to talk about what's coming after the next half hour. And for the next half hour, it's as follows. You have a choice. You can either walk with Simon and talk nerd, flashing lights and WAPs and data centres and new buildings and there are some amazing things to talk about on Pimble. Or you could stay here, perhaps ask a question of one of these students, or we'd also like to hear what your school is doing, investing in with AI and what you're building. But it's an open mic. I can throw this around. You can catch and throw. That's in here for until 10:30 and then morning tea. Or it's a walk and talk with Simon about all nerdy bits. All right. And a new building. Woo. Okay. So Dan, what's happening with Candyland?
So with Candyland, so at morning tea, you can get your morning tea, but we're also going to have some STEM stalls open. So we've got drone soccer, we have EV racing, which has a simulator set up, and we also have our robotics team who are currently preparing their robots for World Championships in the main hall. So EV racing and drone soccer is the top level of this building. We'll have some students to guide you to the main hall where robotics is happening. So the Audrey and Nicole, all those things they're told about, it's a chance to see them in action in the main hall. So between 10:30 and 11:15 is your chance to have a go at these things, and they're going to return here and start. Our girls are going to talk about our programs, and I'll talk a bit about our programs as well from 11:30 to 12. Does that make sense? Fantastic. So enjoy Candyland. Thank you.
All right, so stand and go with Simon to look at the new building and all of that, or stay here to discuss more things around what we're doing with AI and ask the girls some questions. Thank you. Well done, well done. Well done, well done, well done. Well done. Yes, Mike. Okay, thank you. Can I, I've got a mic, I'd love to throw it around. I'd love for a volunteer to come up. We can pass the mic around or throw the mic around and address the question about what your school is building with AI. I think we're moving into, as Justin called it, the SaaS-pocalypse. Or you might like to ask a question of the students to learn more from their perspective. So who would like to talk to what you're building with AI? I'm going to poke you just a little bit. A soft launch?
So I've been able to, with my geeky background and being in the wellbeing space, spin up a system. So we have this framework for wellbeing called the Castle Competencies, 5 competencies. And we have every teacher now with an interface able to make a subjective assessment on the girls against these 5 competencies, and a midway for building something for the girls for them to reflect upon themselves against these competencies. So, normally you'd go out to provider X or provider Y or platform Z or platform A to build stuff, and now with a bit of work from Anthony and support around an infrastructure and an environment to be able to publish stuff, it's crazy of what we can do to bring stuff in-house.
This is a day, maybe 4 hours of me writing and it doing stuff. I had the deputy say, look, we need a values award and a way of nominating students. Gave me a Word document and I just fed some bits to AI. And so I found Sally Test. I can look at her academic, from her reports, it goes and mines her academic reports to see how she's gone. And then I could say, oh yeah, she's going to get the Respect Award, respect for others and respect for the environment. She's always listening, she's engaged in lessons, and then I might say, asks good questions and listens. And can't spell, that's my point. So I'll then just pass it up to AI. This is about 4 hours of work. 4 hours of work, and it's now got my improved commentary, and then I will submit that. Then I've got admin staff who can control what domains they've got, reorder them for each of those values, and then I've got the approval system where they could ask for a clarification. What are you talking about? It'll send that clarification, and I'll get an email to say, what are you talking about? I can then click a button to come back. This is 4 hours work. Like, where is a software provider if you plus AI can do this? So, over to you. What are you building? What are you doing? Or questions of the students? Yeah.
I'd ask a question of the students first, if I can. You guys mentioned in your things, so I work at Knox, so just down the road. You mentioned using the school-provided things. A couple of girls mentioning using the tools that the team here have built into the portal. You were also talking about using ChatGPT and those sorts of things. Can you, I guess, help us understand when do you reach for this? Like when is the best thing to use the thing the school provides, and then how do you decide when you're going to use something else? What does that look like?
I think personally, at least, I tend to try not to use AI at all, but I think school is probably something that I usually turn to first because obviously it's tailored for like educational purposes and it's really useful for that reason. But then I think school also has certain limitations on what you can do. For example, since it's still tailored by like for an educational purpose, there are like some things that like are harder to access through the school-based AI. But I think most of the time, like knowing when to use ChatGPT is like a really fine line because obviously like there are like other concerns about, you know, plagiarism and like the ethical issues surrounding AI. So I think, at least personally for me and some of my peers, we try like to not use ChatGPT at all, but if we do, it's like in the most like circumstances, like the most like, what's it called? Like extraneous circumstances where like we don't really have any other options, or like if it's like a big task that we like need ChatGPT to do, for example, for robotics at least, like having like 400 rows of data, you can't really put that into the school AI. You can't really look at it. You can't really look at it yourself either, because at the competitions there's like time restraints and stuff. So that's when like I would turn to ChatGPT for robotics.
I think the school AI also has another like perk. It's sort of like it doesn't tell you the answer straight away or even at all. It like offers you the next steps. Like you tell them your task, for example, you send in like a PDF of your like assessment task. You described an assessment task. They tell you the steps you can take to sort of analyze it. But if I put it into chat, they sort of just give me the answer straight away, and that sort of diminishes the whole purpose of an assessment to force you to think. So I think a school AI is really helpful when I need guidance on my assessment task instead of answers. But yeah.
Fantastic. I'm going to ask a follow-up because I know lots of you are keen to answer. I mean, well done today. It was outstanding. I'm the father of a Year 7 boy and a Year 9 boy, and you guys have blown me away. So you guys, I would say, you know, or would you say that you're quite mature in your thinking about this stuff? Are you concerned about others in your year group or other students you know, maybe even not at Pymble, and about the depth of learning and understanding? Because you're saying, you know, that, for instance, the school tool will prompt you and encourage you and nudge you forward but not give you the answers. Is that something you're worried about or that you're seeing maybe in some of your classmates or other students? What do you think about that? What's the...
So I would say there is definitely a great use if we like push the students forward to use AI, but it's like you can't give them the complete freedom to use ChatGPT because they're still children, and I think there should definitely be like limitations from schools or from parents that could support them in the correct use of AI, because I did find in my previous school that there are lots of students that use them for correct answers. So yes, I think like teachers should support them.
But also, like, I guess when you use AI, you greatly limit your ability to, like, I guess, think more deeply about a certain topic. Because obviously, if you ask AI, it just gives you the answer. But, like, if you actually think about it, you, like, create thoughts in your head by yourself. And I think that just gives you a better understanding of, like, more academic things. For example, if I'm researching something, I don't want AI to tell me all the answers. I want to, like, learn it myself. So I think that even if my peers are using AI to, like, just give them the answer for everything, I think that's a detriment to kind of themselves. And then I think it's really important for students to, like, recognize that your learning does get impacted when you use AI too much. And I think that is, like, something that I'm worried about my peers when they just rely on AI so much that they can't really learn things properly for, like, assessments and stuff.
Just really quickly, I think, like, maturity-wise, sort of like was mentioned in your question, I think it does take time for students to realize that, you know, like, if you use AI now, you won't really pass your exams and HSC and stuff like that. But also when you enter the workforce, you sort of need to come up with your own ideas. But another thing I think our school pushes a lot is the idea, or we started pushing it this year, is the idea of, like, hard choices now, easy lives later. So it's sort of like, yeah, our principal says it a lot, but I think it's really true. Like, you know, right now you can afford making mistakes, but in the HSC you can't really. So it's more that students realize themselves that, you know, you really have to, like, use your own abilities now to make sure that it works in the future as well.
And I also feel like right now there's, like, a very big problem amongst young people about how, like, a lot of people are worried that AI is going to take away our, you know, creative and imaginative skill sets, which is, I still think it's, like, a very crucial thing that, like, young students need to possess so they can live, like a fulfilled life or something. And, like, AI, like, a lot of people are concerned that AI is going to take this away from them, which is why I feel like it's, like, that much more important that a lot of other schools should probably prioritize educating, like, younger students on how to, like, appropriately use AI, as to the point that it, like, shapes their learning, like, effectively, and it supports them in their journey, like, especially in education. So I feel like our school, like, we have, like, these courses like that help students learn and know more about, like, how AI, like, works and how it could support us when we're doing, like research tasks and things like that. And also with as Audrey said, with the school AI providing guidance rather than answers, I think that's also a very important thing that other schools need to look up to. And yeah.
Thanks, girl. Maybe I'm going to pass to my colleague to maybe give us an example of one thing we're building, maybe, or doing, or a thing we're thinking about building.
Yeah, maybe halfway. So it's probably a question for students and leaders. So as, I guess, a vision with AI is that with the SaaS apocalypse, so applications are becoming a lot more transactional. So you could spin something up for 5 seconds or even something that's long-lasting. So in a school, the scouting application, you're spinning up something that is providing real application, where I think you touched on this idea of, oh, we need it. Well, needing wasn't possible a year ago. But in a world that, okay, how can you safely deploy these things in schools, especially in the sensitive nature? What ecosystem is sort of, what ecosystem do you have, and then what sort of infrastructure you need to build? So for example, the first building block we've started thinking about is an authentication service that can be spun up on every application that you're deploying within your ecosystem. Yeah, that's kind of a vision and something that we're sort of creeping into. Just wanted to, I guess it's an answer for even other schools of, like, what sort of building blocks are you sort of thinking about to enable the agency right down to the student level.
So I have, like, a really good example I just thought of. It's by Mrs. Cassidy. And during our tech class for this year's assessment, so instead of using ChatGPT, we used AI called Perplexity AI. And that is, like, an AI that she introduced that gives us only true facts and statements instead of just giving us the answers, so we could help with our assignment and like helping with our portfolio in our tech. Yep.
So my answer is, you're right that the SAS is the core and your identity is the first gate to pass. So I think it's about building libraries that then you can first log in and authenticate that you are you, and therefore, and if you can then push the permissions to the server from that point. And then for bonus points, I think every school should be developing an MCP server that you then know who you are. That then gives you granular server-side level security access to just information that you're authorized to see. And then with that, you can build anything off that spine. So authenticate against Microsoft Graph, have an MCP server that surfaces all your magical data that is role or relationship-based access controlled on the server side, and then you can build within that so that if the security is done that way, you've got protection over the top of your core school data, authenticated, and then you're free to have citizen coders. So I actually think your SAS becomes the spine, and each of these bespoke tools that you come through, you can spin up, like Justin's one, for example, is just a flat file, HTML, JSON local file. That's the prototype, and then we'll pull that across to tap into authentication and then save and access live real data beyond that identity gate. I think you understand what I'm talking about. Video, sorry, just rambling.
No, I do.
Anna, hey. Can you say that again in less technical terms? Yeah, okay. So here's big picture. The gap between your problem now and where you want to get to, that used to be a huge technical moat. And we'd go and talk to vendors out there to say, hey, can you bridge the gap from our problem to our solution? That moat has gone. The how to get from your problem to what you need is just chatting to a bot. That's it. They're fancier bots, but in the tech term, you know your problem, you know what good looks like, and you used to have to go to a vendor to answer that question. Now you chat, you say, hey, I want a values award system that you can choose options and make it so you can drag and drop and blah, blah, blah. It will make it. And so if the technical how is no longer the problem, what's the problem we're raising here is making sure nasty people don't get access to your really private, sensitive data. And so that's done via that login piece.
So is that separate to just your general people signing into their account with all of that you're talking about?
That's the key to it. So they'll log in, and once they've logged in to prove that they are them, then you can give access to the right data to those people. But the key thing is that the how, that technical bit, is evaporating. All you need to know is what your problem is and what does good look like, and there's a tool that can help you build the bridge between those two. But if you're doing that without the security, you're asking for a nightmare. So the first problem to solve is make sure you can log in safely. Still technical, apologies.
I think maybe and that's at the heart of the question. I think it's more accessible than ever, but Pymble is in the fortunate position, as is my school, where we have people with software engineering backgrounds and skills who can think about architecture and how, I think about, say, like one we're looking to that we're co-developing. Our head of diverse learning has a niche problem that she's been wrestling with spreadsheets. It's like the organisation of assessment tasks for us. So when Year 9 maths is doing an exam, there's 400 Year 9 boys at our school who have to, and there's about 80 of them that have exam provisions of some kind or other. It sounds crazy, but that's it's more than you think. And they have to be spread over 15 rooms with different sets of readers and writers and all that sort of thing. Now, she's had that problem, and she would just, with an assistant, spend 3 days into every set of exams, just head down. They block themselves out, 2 of them, and they would just do all of the rooming and the setup for that, generating all of these different documents out of that. She was able to work back and forth with Claude, initially on her own subscription and then a Knox subscription, and to develop something similar maybe to what Justin was describing. So a vibe-coded application looks quite interesting, but the limitations, and I think that's what, that's certainly what Nick was alluding to, is, well, it's now a thing that can run on her laptop, but it can't save data somewhere centrally in the school. She can't have multiple people logging in together. And so we're then saying, okay, well, how do we take this thing that's she's been able to go like back and forth. Like she was saying she thought 200 to 300 times the other day. Like I caught up with her again after she'd done a demo with us a week earlier. She said, I've added another 20 odd features as I've been doing this. And at the moment it's sort of spreadsheet in, spreadsheet out. So she loads it with a bit of data she's pulled from TAS. It's not sending that off somewhere. It does it all in the app. We're going, okay, how do we now turn that into something that might know that multiple people could sign into? Okay, that's handy. What if it could also see and just know all of the assessment tasks that are coming up? We've got a feed of that information that could be available to that application. So how do we do that in a way that now doesn't make that an app that I maintain or that Nick maintains or that someone else has to be the only people in that? She can't do 20 changes in a week. That's the thing we're kind of wrestling with. And probably there's this meta question around that, which is, what does a typical school do? Because a typical school doesn't have the capability to do that. And even that question maybe for you, Anthony, like you've been on this journey from the very, very get-go at Pymble, like right from the start. If you were even guessing what the trajectory of this looks like, and maybe do you see that being something like right now, thinking about that, building that, that's a technical architecture question. It's really, really hard to do that and do that safely. Do you see that getting, where do you see that being?
I'm going to answer with an example from Justin. We were in a meeting. We did a post-it note session where we wrote down some key attributes we want our students to leave the school with. Post-it notes there. He took a photo, and then he used a tool called Claude, which we've used a few times. And he said, attach the photos of post-it notes. On each note is a word or phrase relating to attributes we would like for graduates at our school. Read the data, store it, then produce an analysis of the data, including clusters. That's him coding. That's it. Take a photo, write what you want. So that's the outcome he wants, and that's the problem, which I said before. So no technical hoo-ha. It was a website, but thankfully I have now a PDF version of the clickable interactive website that his coding reproduced, which unfortunately it's grey because it's loading. But if you see what it did, it categorized, clustered, gave top points, and it had different UI interactions that I could engage with within 2 minutes. So,
you know what I mean? Like in a meeting, to be able to just say, hey, here's a whole heap of suggestions from people. Do something with it. Give us the analysis. Tell us what our graduate attributes are from 40 words on 40 post-notes.
How often are you checking the accuracy of what is created? Also, because I know AI has moved so much. I remember asking Copilot to ask me to tell me how many times staff were on duty in a timetable. It was so off. That was last year. So AI has come a long way. But it just makes me wonder with this, where are we in AI where we can go that I can trust that to be accurate versus I have to read that and I need to at least double check some of the stats here to see where there might be an error.
So just going to finish answering Miles' question and then that one about trust. The key wants to turn this into an actual app, it's libraries. I think IT or SAS provides the libraries that give you the security, gives you the hook into the brokered user level data. And if you control that, then they can play in their maintained things. Like a form designer, we would give them the ability to control the form, but not the source of data. Same. So with this one, sorry, your question was the...
See this? That's the development of your journey. And I have, with previous iterations, gone through and manually checked every bloody post note against the thing with the 10 different versions I've tried before, but it's there now.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? Like that's the SaaSpocalypse thing. You know, there's a tipping point now where the accuracy is really high.
So, and what's helped with that is this chain of thought. Or if you think about the word agents, you've got a builder agent, then another agent is the antagonistic contrarian that will challenge and check. Then this agent will respond to that agent, and then another agent will say, okay, enough, this is now correct. And so if AI can pass the parcel like that to create, to challenge, to approve, then you get at the output, as the drinking tea person, you get the accurate data. And that's the shift from just an answer bot that guesses the next word to an agent that's challenge and correct, challenge correct, challenge correct. And that lobster thing that Justin was talking about before, you could run that for 5 days as it has non-stop running to check and approve and gate to get that accurate. And that's the world we're now moving into. Yeah. I'm aware of the time, it's 10:32.
I'll be quick, I can. I've been lucky enough to work with emerging tech and AI for a very long time in my career, and I do understand the limits of technology. I've done a fair bit of work in cybernetics and knowledge theory, and understand what large language models are, just knowledge theory, and I know the limits of decision theory. So I'd be interested to know, do you understand how the tech actually works and what potentially the limits are of what you might receive back?
I think there's definitely a lot of work that we need to do, especially as young people, to be able to recognise and have, awareness for decision making about what's correct and what's not. And I think that's kind of a responsibility, to be honest, as an older student, to be able to pass that down to the younger girls, because, we've had a little bit of time in high school where AI hasn't been the thing that is the thing you turn to. I think in year 7 and 8, we were very much it wasn't really a thing for us at school. So I think that's a responsibility that we as the older girls, and I think as older students, need to be passing down to the younger girls to be just be aware of this, we don't know everything, it's evolving. And I think that's also something that is, we're very lucky to be supported by at Pymble, is to have older mentors, someone like Mr. England, who is involving us in these conversations and making us aware as students that AI isn't something that we fully know about. And to be able to admit that we don't know everything about AI, and especially as students, to be mentored. And I think, that's the responsibility that we are trying to learn from and take from you guys as older mentors and professionals in this industry, and pass down to the younger girls. And it's something that you guys will eventually have to do one day too, so yeah.
Yeah, because I always get worried when I hear AI is getting there in accuracy, and I try to push it really hard against some of the limits and theories that I work with, and it often gets it wrong because it just makes it up. But it's very convincing. Yeah. And when you read it, you go it's probably right, and you go no, it's not. I know it's not. Particularly when the more complex it gets, the more easier it is to believe what it says to be true. Yeah. So that's really. I would just want to thank you for all the work that you guys put in. Really great presentations, high quality, and I had a bunch of questions, and you all answered it in your own individual ways. And it's been wonderful to listen to you, and then great to have your eyes open as you venture in this world. Yeah, I was a bit worried that you put data analytics into ChatGPT and then rely on the output of that. That's okay. I'm from St. Phillips. We're in the Newcastle Hunter region. In terms of what we do with AI, we're just venturing into it and using it to enhance OCR, and particularly but we just hired an AI lead as well that's going to develop the process automation and all wonderful things for us. I am interested, and I've seen your presentation on the commentary before. I do wonder sometimes, you put 3 words in, generates a response. Is that AI slop in and AI slop out? Yeah. That's a concern I had when you presented first, but yeah.
All right, I'm calling it 10:35. morning tea. Do go up to upstairs, go on the racing drivers, run soccer and whatnot. Yeah. Thank you so much, everybody. Have some morning tea. Thank you.
the session? Yes. So I didn't know how much was needed around the emceeing side of things. So we introduce them and then the girls give us the yeah. Good. Thank you. Good. Very excited. Love it. It's very different mining companies. Okay. Good. Yeah. Is that good? No, that's good. Yeah, because we don't ever get like students stuff. It wasn't my first job. So, but yeah, that's right. So I think that was the session thing with the girls talking about it gave me hope for the future. Yeah, it's going to go with their future. A lot of things can put some future to, but that's going to be the biggest part of it. What's the future look like? AI taking jobs. And the fact that you're going to have that conversation and you're aware of it, it's a starting point, right? It is. But collaboration. Well, I'll let you. Thank you. Cheers. I'll just wait for the few more girls that are arriving. Just wait on EV racing. 2, 4, 6, 8. Who's got the microphone? You got the microphone? Done? Of course you nailed it. Of course you nailed it. Okay. We'll get started. So what this session is going to be a little bit about is hopefully you've driven a car, a simulator, flown a drone, or had a go at operating a robot. We even had a chat with our girls about STEM in curriculum. So you've done a bit of exploring, and exploring is just one element of what we do here at Pymble with STEM. And don't underrate exploring. Exploring is our first step into STEM. Exploration elicits wonder, curiosity, also a bit of fun and joy. So hopefully you had a bit of sense of that as you had a go at our smorgasbords of STEM offerings. So that's the start of our program, is a bit of free exploration. And there's a lot of ninja learning in there. So even though you might have had a go with a drone, we use the phrase ninja learning is when you're exploring something it's amazing what you're actually learning. So if you're flying a drone, you might have had your drone caught into a corner, or you're trying to aim your drone to go through the hoop. You're thinking of steps. You're thinking of how you're going to get that object to position. And that you're starting to look into sequencing, and that's a gateway into coding. If you had to go on the simulator, you might have been thrashing the car about, and the car might be spinning and hard to control, and you might have learnt that if you put gentle inputs into the car and start moving the car more gently, dealing with the weight transfer, you're starting to look into physics as well. So that's what we call ninja learning, and that's the starting point of getting our students curious into STEM. So at Pymble, we have a phrase at Pymble that STEM is for everybody. And what that means, that does not necessarily mean that we want everyone to get into a STEM career. That's not it at all. But there is something in STEM that everyone can find some joy in those subjects. One thing I think is quite important to talk about is STEM's not just science, technology, engineering, and maths. They're the keystones, the subjects that tend to get related to this. But for us, what's more important in STEM is the glue that keeps those letters in the acronym together. And what is that glue? That glue is collaboration, teamwork, problem solving, resilience, and all those things that are required to make those subjects work together. So STEM is real applied collaborative learning. So students in these programs you saw here this morning have a chance to engage in real life problems. engage their curiosity, tackle real-world problems. And when they do that, everything sort of changes for them. For example, in EV racing, they don't just design a car, they actually race it against competitors. In robotics, they don't just build a robot, they compete with other teams. So that tangible end goal is really, really close, and that real-world element is vital. And when that happens, engagement changes with our students, confidence changes with our students, and the way they think state changes. So at Pymble, we think of STEM in three parts. So the first part you did today is explore, which is having a bit of an explore of what's possible with our STEM opportunities. The next one's make. So after students have explored something, so for example, explore is a little bit like free play. We give students magnets, for example, in year 2, and almost like open-ended play, but just looking at magnets, and they explore with them, and they elicit their curiosity, their questioning. And then after that, we go into make, which is when they start building something. We start doing explicit teaching them theory, and they start making, prototyping, designing, failing, rebuilding, and that's where the learning happens. And then from that, we'd like to launchpad into create, where you take that explore and that make, and then you apply that to a real-world problem, which we all do in everything that we do in our jobs. And that's like the high-level thinking. You never ever we try to communicate. You never ever lose that explore or make. You use those two things to help create something, and that gives these students a wonderful understanding of that. And that's a skill that's good in any career. So what we try to show that STEM is not something extra. It's something that all teachers ultimately love to do, and that is teach those real-world skills that are applicable in anywhere. So one thing we're looking at today is, and we're looking into the future, we have a lot of amazing programs. We'd love more STEM. Our next sort of turning point for us is to get more people involved in STEM, schools, communities, and that's a little bit about what I'm going to talk about today with our girls. And one thing I want to say is these programs can look intimidating, especially the FRC. If you had a look at the FRC robot, that looks massively intimidating, these big, complicated robots, but that started 10 years ago with 8 students, 1 teacher with Lego, and then over 10 years it's now 400 students and about 20 teachers that now run that, and that started with something small. And what you see with our EV racing programs and the drones, they started 18 months ago. EV racing started with 20 students, has now grown to 40, and the drone started, I think about 12, and now that's nearly 70 to 100 students now. So it's that starting small, and that's something that's some great advice that we'd like to give to you. So what I'm going to do is I've got some amazing students here who are going to talk a little bit about the programs that we do, ask each other some questions, and then after that we might have a chance for a bit of a Q&A. But I think the main thing to take away from here is we're so happy to work together to get some of these programs into schools, communities, help start up some of these wonderful offerings. So, can I introduce Anna and Olivia, who are going to be our MCs, and we have Hagen and Lily, who are going to represent robotics, and you're in year 10. We have wonderful Charlotte and Alana, year 6 for EV racing, and we have obviously Adele and Charlotte, who are also year 10. Year 9, who are going to talk about drones. So can you give our wonderful girls a round of applause as they come up and present?
Adele, tell us about the program.
Drone Soccer is an exciting team-based program where students fly drones inside protective cages and compete in a fast-paced 3v3 game. The aim of the game is to score goals by flying a drone through a suspended hoop while working together to defend, attack, and outmaneuver the opposing team. It combines technology, sport, and strategy in an engaging and fun way.
EV Racing is a STEM program that revolves around driving green STEM-powered EV cars in races against other schools. We offer 2 opportunities for EV racing at Pymble. Formula Goblin, a Year 6 program that further extends into F24, a more advanced program. This year, Formula Goblin has already raced in Tasmania in March. On race day, with only 6 weeks of experience, our Formula Goblin team executed their portfolio, races, and overall presentation extremely well, allowing us to secure 5 out of 13 awards presented.
Our robotics program is designed to inspire young women from the age of 7. It offers multiple pathways, including FLL, VEX, IQ, VEX V5, FTC, and FRC. Across these programs, students learn to solve real-world problems by designing, building, and programming robots. The program encourages creativity, teamwork, and innovation, helping students develop both technical and life skills in a supportive environment.
Charlotte, what was the challenge?
One of the challenges in our program is mastering the drone controls. Flying a drone precisely, especially under pressure during game, takes practice, coordination, and patience. However, these challenges reflect real learning processes where individuals learn about how improvement comes through persistence and practice.
The main challenge in EV racing was that we needed to work together as a team to succeed. If we are understanding with each other, we have endless possibilities to be successful. Activities like team building exercises, the team dinner in Tasmania, or a sausage sizzle to celebrate the launch of our cars were imperative to making sure we were all on the same page.
One of the biggest challenges in FRC was probably working in such a large team of around 20 to 30 students, as we have to ensure that there's constant communication between all sub-teams and that everyone knows what is going on in our goals. Also, as well as that, getting used to the FRC structure and learning new skills such as CADing and leading a team.
Hagen, what did you learn or get better at?
Students build skills in coding, engineering, designing, and problem solving using advanced softwares such as CAD and Java. They also improve teamwork, communication, and time management. Just as importantly, they learn resilience, how to learn from mistakes, adapt, and keep improving.
In EV racing, you learn to be persistent, resourceful, productive, a good problem solver, and a great time manager. In EV racing, you get better at all of these things, further supporting our learning throughout STEM programs at our school. These qualities can be further developed throughout our experience for races, trips, and just training in general. If we apply these skills, our car will only improve more and more, especially when we progress to F24 with a faster, more aerodynamic, and even more comfortable car, which caters to the longer races.
In our drone program, individuals learn about the importance of teamwork, communication, and strategy. As mentioned before, drone soccer is a 3v3 game, meaning that each member of the team has a specific role and must work closely together to succeed. Because every player controls a drone individually, coordination is required. Teammates must communicate clearly and consistently to avoid collisions, maintain formation, and respond quickly to the opposing team. This is beneficial because it helps individuals develop strong collaboration skills and the ability to communicate under pressure as well as decision making. These skills are not only important for this specific program, but also real-life scenarios such as future projects or even problem solving.
Adele, what was the hardest part?
The hardest part of drone soccer is probably staying in control of the drone during fast-paced gameplay. While we started on practice drones, transitioning to the performance drones was a big challenge because they're much more sensitive and harder to handle. With these drones, it can be quite difficult to keep track of your position, avoid collisions, and make precise movements, all while also thinking about team strategy.
The hardest part about EV racing is taking in small changes that you could cross. For example, when Junior Flare was put through scrutineering, pieces of the bodywork weren't attached properly and everybody had to help fix the car so it could race successfully and we won't get disqualified.
One of the hardest parts in robotics is probably making a design from so many different ideas coming from all aspects of the team. Also, communication between not only the design team, but also with manufacturing and coding to get their opinions and whether they agree with our ideas.
Charlotte, Adele, what would you say to a school thinking about starting this?
Drone soccer is something we would highly recommend to any school considering it. It's an exciting and innovative way to engage students in STEM while also building teamwork, communication, and collaboration skills.
It attracts a wide range of students, including those who might not be typically drawn to traditional sports or academic programs.
Beyond the fun energy of the game, students also develop valuable skills such as problem solving, critical thinking, and resilience. All of this happens in a safe, supportive setting that encourages creativity and hands-on learning.
Overall, drone soccer offers a unique blend of education and engagement that can make a real impact on student learning.
As someone who hadn't had much experience in STEM programs, Formula Goblin really changed my perspective on it. You are part of a team and learning more every day alongside them.
If a school was thinking about starting this program, I think you should gather a lot of people who are interested and excited about building a car and racing it in different places. It also helps you develop new skills such as collaborating with your team to find and search for specific roles that are needed to make the car.
Starting a robotics program is incredibly rewarding and definitely worth considering. It gives students hands-on learning experiences that are engaging and different from a typical classroom, allowing them to build, test, and improve real projects.
From a student perspective, it helps you grow not only technically, but personally as well. You build confidence, learn to work in a team, and develop persistence when things don't go to plan. It also connects directly to future pathways, especially in engineering and AI, where problem-solving, coding, and design thinking are essential skills. Overall, the impact it has on students makes it completely worth it.
Thank you, girls. Can you give me a round of applause? Well done. That's great. So, can I invite Evie, Anna, Jing, and Olivia? And while they get ready, a little bit what we're going to talk about next. So a lot of our programs, robotics has been happening for 10 years and it's grown a lot. We also saw that teachers started getting curious about the programs and started getting involved, and by doing so, getting involved in enough school programs also in a ninja style way, started learning about these programs and how to teach these programs. And one big step that we started 3 years ago is starting to put a lot of this type of learning actually into curriculum, and we've done a lot of work on doing that in the primary school. It's a bit easier to do when the teacher teaches all the subjects in one area, and it's taking those skills there our girls talk about and bringing it into curriculum. So I have these girls here who are going to talk a little bit about how what they've learned in STEM has been applied in curriculum, but in also their everyday life. So Evie, how has STEM affected your life so far?
I've developed my problem-solving resilience and creative skills when in STEM. I've grown my problem-solving skills in robotics when dealing with many limitations, such as working to a height and width limit to the robot. Those limitations mean that we have to find the limits, push them, and be creative. To me, problem-solving can be used around many different subjects. For example, worded/problem-solving questions in maths, deciding for experiments in science, and many more. STEM isn't the only place I've learned to transfer my skills, as every subject includes some sort of resilience, even if it's just writing a page of words or overcoming your mistakes. I've learned that problems are normal in anything. STEM has changed my approach to learning in many different ways. Now I always keep an open mindset, no matter how big the challenge, knowing there has to be an answer. For me, it doesn't matter how long it took, and it helps question my answers to dig deeper into the answers. Overall, STEM has changed me as I learn to not give up and keep moving forwards.
Cool. And what about you, Anna? How has STEM affected you in curriculum and other things?
Especially nowadays when we're in a fuel crisis, it wakes more people up about the environment and how we should be thinking about more sustainable approaches, like renewable energy, which involves a lot of STEM and innovation. It's important because it shows us how we can use our learning from what we've done in school and apply that to a larger real-world scenario where we can make a difference in society. In Year 6, we had a future transport unit where we had to look at different sustainable transportation and electrical circuitry. In these lessons, we learn how many different transport systems use energy in more efficient ways. For example, a drone can use electrical energy to deliver critical medicines to people in need, while a car could do that, but also take a lot longer and use more fuel. As someone who is passionate about aerospace and engineering, learning about STEM in school has increased my passion and interest. Since technology and engineering is becoming so big now, it shows us, the next generation, what we can apply our future to and how we can shape it, despite it being a largely male-dominated industry. It has showed me how I can apply myself to the world, and that STEM is at the forefront of it. For me, STEM, in particular coding,
has taught me how to think logically and to not always pick the most straightforward way. It has taught me to question my methods and ask myself, is this the most efficient way? Can we do this with less steps? Is this the most effective? STEM has taught me not to give up, even when things get challenging, and to look at things from a different point of view.
So Jing, you did the Mission to Mars unit last year in Year 5. You're going to talk a little bit about what you did with that?
Being in an all-girls school, it helps girls see that they can do whatever they put their mind to. Really, the best part of it is simply working in this environment that welcomes diversity in perspective and collaboration. In Year 5, we did a program that was Mission to Mars, which included different roles in sending rockets to Mars, such as rover touchdown, food sustainability on Mars, Mars ascent, Minecraft construction, Mbots, Fables, and Lego Spike, rover and terrain, as Olivia will talk about next. I did rover touchdown. The rover landing experience consisted of building parachutes with payloads to find the most efficient way to bring the Mbots back down to the ground. It allows you to experience all the roles along the way, such as building, designing, measuring, and researching. This program helps girls realize that they can do whatever they put their mind to, considering that STEM is a mostly male-dominated industry in the current day. This experience helped me see myself as someone who can succeed in STEM and made STEM feel more accessible and something that everyone can genuinely pursue. I definitely recommend other schools to consider including more of these diverse programs. Overall, STEM to me is not just about trying new things, but about defying societal norms and standards.
Thanks, Olivia. What would you like to add to that, Olivia?
In Year 5, we did a science project on a mission to Mars. This program taught me to persevere, innovate, and scrutinize in a way that no other learning method could. Having this hands-on course helped everyone begin to understand and love STEM. In my choice of area, we discovered the world of Lego Spike. We built robots and simulated terrain on Mars by creating our own replicas. With the perfect blend of innovation, robotics, creativity, and even some messiness, we achieved what being in normal classes wouldn't achieve: pride through hard work. When our prototypes didn't work, we didn't just give up right on the spot. We pushed through boundaries and reached for Mars. When certain materials weren't available, or even when we had no ideas, we didn't let it slide away. And through this experience, I gained a sense of self-accomplishment, along with the newfound love of STEM. But I also noticed a massive change in sportsmanship. Through dedicated sessions of brainstorming, communication, and support, my friend and I created a rover that was not only one of our brainchilds, but both. We examined faults, replaced them, and combined our strengths into building an extra sturdy rover. In merely 9 weeks, we had discovered the real feeling of pride and confidence through this exceptional program in Year 5. Overall, this course wasn't only about delving into the world of rovers, but also incorporated many other lessons, which include collaboration, innovation, learning from others, and most importantly, perseverance. Not to ever give up, because you never know what is going to happen next.
Thank you, girls. Thank you. Can you give them a round of applause, please? Thank you. So I'm going to invite Hagen and Lily, and as the girls just swap the mics, they're going to talk a little bit about, and Lily and Charlotte and Evie, you're staying up there. Going to talk a little bit about, so we have STEM leaders in the junior school that coordinate a lot of the STEM activities, a lot of STEM initiatives. They lead Science Week. They even, a lot of these programs, tested out these programs during lunchtime that we then help implement into the classroom. So if I can invite you girls up, they're going to talk about their experiences. Thank you.
Now we'll hear from our STEM leaders.
At Pymble, STEM is more than just classroom learning. It's about collaboration, problem solving, and real-world application. Our leaders play a key role in guiding and inspiring younger students.
Today, Evie, Charlotte, and Lily will share their experiences and what STEM means to them. To start us off, what is STEM to you?
STEM allowed for my emergent interests in robotics and my past leadership as junior school STEM leader. I've gained soft and hard skills with the very supportive and passionate STEM community at Pymble. not only including extracurriculars like Math Club, Java and Python coding, VexIQ, FTC and FRC, but the curriculum at Pymble integrates these skills too.
Thank you. It's really interesting to hear how STEM has grown into something more than just academic learning. Charlotte, how does learning this way help you understand things better?
Learning about STEM through hands-on experience and methods helps me to understand things better because I'm actively involved in the process rather than just listening. By applying concepts, discussing ideas, and solving problems, I'm able to see how things work in practice, which makes the knowledge stick more.
That hands-on approach really highlights how learning can be more engaging and practical. Can any of you share an example of when you've applied what you've learned to a real problem?
I have applied my problem-solving skills to other subjects, including maths, science, and technology. I have transferred my skills with ease, some skills including problem-solving, resilience, and creativity. Learning different ways to solve problems in STEM helped me to apply those skills when the most obvious answer didn't work.
It's great to see how these skills extend beyond the classroom into real-world situations. Charlotte, how has this experience changed your confidence in learning or trying new things?
The experience of being a STEM leader has made me much more confident in my ability to learn independently and take initiative. As a STEM leader, I've had to problem solve, communicate ideas clearly, and support others, which has shown me that I'm capable of more than I initially thought. It's encouraged me to take on new challenges without doubting myself as much.
That sense of independence and confidence is definitely an important part of learning. Evie, as a STEM leader, what is your role and what impact do you have on other students?
As a STEM leader, our role is to help younger grades learn and have fun at the STEM club. To other students, we are role models to show them how they can learn and what different ways they can think about problems. During our meetings, we talk about upcoming events and have a go at different activities, such as driving around the spheros and building parachutes.
It's clear that leadership in STEM is not just about skills, but also about inspiring others. Do you think all students can learn this way? Why?
I believe STEM can help students learn technical abilities, creative and linear thinking, and teamwork. Students can learn all these skills through STEM and they can discover their interests too.
What do you think makes this kind of learning so effective?
This kind of learning we have in STEM works well because it's based on problem solving and real-world application. In STEM, learning becomes more meaningful when you can test ideas, experiment, and see results. Having the freedom to explore different solutions and think critically makes the learning more engaging and effective.
Finally, what would you say to a school thinking about bringing more STEM into their curriculum?
STEM in the curriculum can allow schools to elevate their students' learning through hands-on experiences and theoretical discussions, where problem-solving, creative and analytical skills and communication are developed. Additionally, more STEM in schools can develop interests, bring together students, and allow a better understanding of the real world.
Thank you for all your insights today.
Thank you, girls. Thank you. So there's a little bit of an insight of it's all about the impact that, the teaching and learning have on our girls, and this is an example of what it's like with our STEM programs. So as I mentioned a bit earlier, our next step is to try and grow these programs. Robotics has quite a massive footprint already in Australia, but we've got EV racing and drones as well, and of course if you still want to try and work with schools to help grow or start robotics programs. So in the past couple of this term, we've had a lot of schools come and visit and are starting up EV racing programs, which is very new, and the same with drones. I think Abbottsley is starting up a drone program as well. We're very, very keen to work together. So if you could go back to your institutions, your schools, even your communities, we're very open with sharing how we got these programs started, offering insights as well. Would love to work together to help establish any of these programs in your institutions, schools, communities, wherever. That's the next phase of our programs. We're a little bit ahead of time, actually, which is fantastic. Anybody got any questions that we might be able to field? Fantastic. All right. Early mark, everybody. Thank you, girls. You've been awesome. Thank you. Cheers. Thank you.
Check. Hello, I think that's us up next. And we'll see if we can bring the students back because we've got some more students presenting. HDMI. Oh, I've got HDMI, it's okay. Okay, start mirroring.
Okay, you're on.
All right. My name's Kimberly Law. I am the Digital Learning Specialist at International Grammar School, and I've brought 2 Year 12 students here today who are going to chat to you. I'll be very quick. Just give you a bit of an overview of our school. We are based in Ultimo. So we don't have a lot of space like Pymble Ladies College have, so I think you guys have been quite impressed coming out here and seeing all the space that what's available to Pymble Ladies College. And I definitely had the students chat to me about, you know, they would love to have a robotics program, so I'm sure we'll be chatting to PLC once we leave. And yeah, so International Grammar School. So if you haven't heard of our school, we're in the CBD, primarily a bilingual school. We offer 6 languages. We've just added our 7th language, which is Darug, which is the Indigenous language of Sydney. And our students from early learning, from 3 years of age, they start learning a 2nd language. As a digital learning specialist, I'm also a teacher. Most of my time is spent helping teachers integrate technology into the classroom. And I also have a very small teaching load, which is fantastic because especially at this time with all this new AI, I get to try out a lot of these things in my own classroom. Then I get to explain to other teachers how I'm using it in the classroom. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that as my teaching role changes each year depending on where they need a teacher. And in 2024, we launched Mitie, which is Danny Liu's large language model, which I'm sure a lot of you are aware of from Sydney University. And I was teaching Year 7 French. And what I noticed is that it was Year 7 beginners French. Most of the students, they didn't have somebody to communicate with at home in French, yet they have to present and speak fluently as part of their exams. So I thought, why don't we build a large language model that they can communicate with in French. They can speak to and it speaks back to them. So that was what I was thinking about when we launched Mitie. I'm just going to show you some videos of students talking about their experience with AI, and then I'm going to hand over to Anna and Kai to talk about what they've experienced when teachers have used AI in the classroom. So I'm going to show a little video of, I started to play around with Suno. I definitely spoke to the music department before I went ahead and created some songs. Suno I found, and you could see my little instruction there, I found that students they struggled to learn être and avoir, for those who have learnt French before. And I thought, the songs that are out there are quite basic and it's for little kids. Why don't we come up with a cool song that is more their vibe? And I'll just, you can hear what the students have said about when I've used Suno in the classroom. Sorry, and I'll just try and get the audio. It's not coming through with the HDMI cable. Let's see. Sound. Okay. Okay, there, it should work now. Yeah, I think. Let's try.
Helped me in like a few ways because I feel like I find that like I've learned better when it's like in a song or like it's got like a little rhyme to it because it kind of it's if it's catchy and it stays in my head, you know, so I never forget it. And feel like that helped, especially with those songs right there. It's helped me learn the French conjugations. How about you, Milo?
So the Suno has been really good because like I don't really know my verbs off my heart. And then when we first listened to the song, I remember everyone coming out of the French class was singing the song forever. And now we've just memorised it from there. It's just helped us with our verbs and we never forget our verbs.
Elle est jolie, tu es parfait, oh c'est la vie, nous sommes amis, nous sommes unis, oh nous sommes bien, oh nous sommes là. Je suis, tu es, il est, elle est.
The singing method made learning fun and reinforced language retention through repetition and melody.
How has Suno improved your learning experience?
Suno made it better because I could remember after time to time listening to the songs. It made it like really easy to memorize the words.
I think Suno helped me because when you listen to it, you kind of just catch yourself singing it around, and then you just learn whatever the song was about.
Miss Law has used AI to help us with our class, and when learning languages, it's really hard to memorize stuff, but with AI, it's been more easy and fun.
And she makes it engaging because we can learn new things and different ways to learn them. So each class there's something new to do, and we get to do different stuff that helps us engage. And the AI also is like really new and different, so we're learning new things that not everyone's learning.
So it definitely helped that I had a class that loved singing. But yes, so I definitely created a lot of songs to help them. And actually, when I saw them doing the exam, I could see them singing Je suis, tu es, just as they were trying to do their verb conjugations. So Cogniti, which I briefly mentioned, the large language model that we introduced. And I'm just going to, when I started it, I also started to put in, I found simple questions that students were asking, like what page is this on Miss? Where do I find this? I did spend about 2 hours creating an agent that, this was back then, it's actually a lot quicker to make agents now. But in 2024, when we launched with this, I spent a lot of time writing the activity names and the page numbers. So when they were at home, they couldn't say to me, oh, I couldn't find the homework page, I didn't understand. And then I also put in what the activity was about so that it could also help them if they didn't understand what it was asking them. I'm going to play for you what the students thought about when we introduced AI agents. Maybe it's buffering. I'll try and go on the here.
So how has Mitie helped you?
I like Cogniti because it gives me personal work because of the questions I asked and the answers I gave. What about yourself?
I like Mitie because we can use it anytime we want. Like if we're at home and we need help with a homework answer, just help us and sort of give us the answer.
For French, especially when Miss Law, our teacher, hasn't really been in class because she's been either sick or just not there today. It's kind of helped me because it's kind of like giving her voice but on our laptop, so it's helped us even when she's not there.
Yeah. She put up Cogniti, it just helped us a lot because it doesn't technically give us the answer, but it helps our vocabulary and it gives us a hint.
Yeah, of course.
The idea behind Cogniti. Okay, so yes, we started to roll out large language models. I will say that our languages department really adapted it quite quickly. They really enjoyed the fact that students could communicate with it, but not only that, they could also put their writing in. One of our Chinese teachers is using it quite a bit. And we are quite lucky. With Danny Liu just being down the road at USyd, he has come to visit our school and to discuss how we have implemented AI. And I think we've put 5 principles here. And We have really been across implementing rules, access and familiarity with students and teachers, but what we noticed is trust and culture. That is something that we feel that we need to tackle a little bit better. And Anna and Kai, in the background, they decided to create an AI steering committee. So this was built by the students, not by us, and they went to our deputy principal, Tom Marchbank, and said, we've started a committee, we want to talk about AI usage. And as I was working with Professor Danny Liu, the deputy principal asked me, could we have a meeting all together that included teachers, students, also Danny Liu, who could also help guide us into how we're using AI in the classroom. So I'm going to hand over to Kai and Anna now, and they're going to discuss why they started this AI steering committee and what they're actually doing.
Hello. We sort of came to this AI steering committee from a point of not knowing where AI was being used in our school. We were seeing it potentially in different responses. We knew our classmates were using it, and we weren't sure about how it was being handled on a broader level. We were missing that aspect of trust and understanding. And so we went to our school and said, hey, what's going on? How can we contribute as students and give our say to how AI is being used in school?
And so this all started with some very disgruntled English marks that we got. We're not happy with them, obviously, and so we decided to put the feedback that we'd gotten through an AI chat detector. And of course, they all pinged all of the feedback using a variety of AI checkers, 100% AI generated. And this created a bit of confusion for us. We were given at the beginning of this year a document called the Safe and Effective Protocols for AI Usage. They were the initial response to AI that our school created, and they indicated a series of levels as to how AI could be used in each class assignment, ranging from no AI to full AI. And of course, the assignment we had been given was no AI, and yet here we are with AI-generated feedback. And from there, we went to Mr. Marchbank, as Ms. Law said, and we decided to essentially file a complaint, which later somehow turned into this steering committee.
Well, I think there was there were so many questions we had unanswered about where AI was being used in our learning. And we had this idea that if AI is being used to mark our work, why should we be putting in that level of effort? I think a lot of students are feeling disillusioned with the use of AI. Where does their voice matter? Where does it count if our teachers don't look at it? If we're not interacting with them, this cycle is continuing and the human input is not valued at all. So we created this steering committee so we could value the human input and have AI help. Instead of going in that cyclical model of AI talking to AI, losing the human element, using it to enhance learning rather than replace it. So we've worked on a system, worked on new regulations that will help hopefully work on emboldening students to use that creative element to make the most of their teachers' resources and lessen the workload for, I'm sure you all know, very overworked teachers. So we wanted to start off with classifying and explaining what AI was, I guess, from a student perspective. It was very much like AI, this much, none of it. Like, it was all very broad. And that was quite, confronting for us because it's embedded into every aspect of our learning. You Google something, it comes up with AI. Is that breaking the rules? You use Quizlet, Kahoot, Atomi. All of those brilliant resources have AI embedded. So we wanted to start off by broadening the definitions and getting to a real understanding. So we came up with 4 key definitions: generative AI, that create new content based on large language models, visual, auditory or other media models, looking at like Sora, ChatGPT, Leibniz. Summative AI, used to summarize a pre-existing set of notes. An example of this is I put all of my notes into Canva AI and turn it into flashcards. Things like that, which use students' own resources. research AI. This can be like JSTOR Assistant, looking for quotes, examples, looking within academic resources, and predictive AI, used to respond to things or predict certain future outcomes. A very key one that we've started using at the school is Leibniz. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly. I don't do German.
Take over there. It's called Leibniz, named after one of the founders of calculus. I'm not going to speak too long on it. I'm not an advertiser. But it's a mathematics resource that we've been using that can generate mathematics questions based off past HSC results. And it's one of the many AI startups that we've started to realize have cropped up. There have been lots of ones for the HSC. There are plenty of others that advertise marking for the HSC, others that advertise, I think there was a new one I heard about, which was Duolingo, except it's styled like Duolingo, except it's for the HSC. And so part of what we also want to understand is, whittling through this wide array of resources that are now being created, these new small businesses that are cropping up, how do you figure out which ones are good, which ones aren't, and working through that.
Which ones are used to enhance learning rather than saying, write this essay for me, which can find killer quotes from texts they've already read, or look at practice questions, especially for STEM-based subjects, which we're both very into, that repetition, that practice.
And so the main issue that just very quickly back on this, we decided to then, instead of dealing with the rigidity of this kind of regular level value of you've got no AI usage ranging to full AI usage and you've got different yellow and green levels in between it, we decided to make these levels a bit more based on what kinds of AI you could use. So say I have an English assignment next term, and I want to figure out what kinds of different AI I can use for. So given in our assessment notification, originally would have been a level 1 to 5 of how much AI we could use. Whereas now what we're proposing is where we're given different levels based off the kinds of AI that we can use. So let's say generative AI. I cannot use generative AI under any circumstances to write parts of my essay. That's not me writing, you're not assessing me. But say I want to argue with the AI and engage in a bit of Socratic dialogue, talk to the AI, see if it can help me figure out my points better or figure out if it can provide a counterexample to the points I'm trying to make. Then I can use stuff like research AI and also a bit of predictive AI to just argue with me and better think through my points, which can help me further my own knowledge in this English assessment. And so I am able to use that. And skipping through a little bit here, just to show, we're going a bit out of order, but should be okay. This is one of the examples that we've had. This was a physics assessment I was given last term, and this is how our physics teacher, Dr. Kennett, has liked to structure it. This is his AI traffic light system. And unlike it being structured to rules and restrictions, it's more structured to what will further our learning. So here in AI green, he's put you can use AI, so this was for a depth study. You may use AI to brainstorm ideas for your depth study. You can use AI in a black hat critical approach, argue with your physical argument, argue with the physics that you're trying to present, bring up new physics, and he gives example prompts. Then you give AI orange, which is stuff you can use AI for, but I wouldn't recommend it. It's a bit risky. Are you sure what you're doing here is actually going to further your learning? So that's explain parts of your analysis. Explain parts of the physics to you. Of course, you've got to be a bit certain. Am I actually understanding what AI is giving to me, or am I just taking what AI is given to me and plugging it into the analysis part of my depth study? And of course, he has the red, which is you may not write any of the paragraphs. This is part of what we're looking for. It's more structured based on the types of AI usage as opposed to just giving blanket statements surrounding no AI, little bit of AI, a lot of AI, or a medium amount of AI. We want to see it more structured. We want to see it catered definitely towards the different types and different uses of AI that we see. Now getting on to what I was actually supposed to be talking about, transparency. This is the main issue that we found when we were talking about school AI usage, and it's that we don't know how it's being used. We've got no idea, and it's different across lots of different classes. And so we'd like to kind of take a little bit of a look here at one of the rules that we kind of wrote, which is still in a bit of a draft stage. Not all of this is still up to date, but it's kind of looking at about how we should be transparent surrounding AI usage and how we regard it as fair. So for one, it was very annoying when we got back those English marks and we saw no AI usage. on the English assessment, and then we get AI-generated feedback. And so what we wanted to discuss was the idea of not necessarily restricting teachers from using AI-generated feedback. We realize that teachers have a lot to do, and that the AI impact on their work is a lot less than the impact it will have on our learning and development. We want it to be transparent in a way that we can see how AI is being used for our work and how it can, and how it's being used, how it is reading our work, what teachers are using it for, and also what students are using it for, and also to promote, as Ms. Law said, a better culture surrounding AI and a trusting culture where students don't feel like they're being lied to and are therefore less likely to lie in turn about their levels of AI usage. What this looks like is it looks like just generally on an assignment notification, this is how AI will be used to mark your assignment. This is how a teacher will use AI in the class. And teachers disclosing the amount of AI they're using in the classroom, just like how students will hopefully disclose the amount of AI they're using in their assignment and also the amount of AI that they're using in the regular classroom. There are also other parts of this as well. We want to look at fairness as well. A main issue that we found this year was looking at the disparity of AI usage across different English classes. I'm bringing up English, that's mainly because this is the main one where it's been used and evident, and also because it's mandatory, so it's a wide array of people that are able to survey in a wide array of classes as well. There was one class with a more conservative teacher who did not like as much AI usage. We have a class with a very liberal teacher who loves AI and uses it quite frequently. And of course, we saw a disparity there in terms of marks and also in terms of engagement with the content in terms of how AI was being used in each classroom. And so we want to talk about standardizing that as well, ensuring that no matter which class you're in and which teacher you're given, the AI usage is still acceptable and it's still even across the board. So that we're encouraging more conservative teachers to start using AI a bit more liberally, and we're also instructing more liberal teachers as ways to kind of tone back their AI usage to the point where it's not overboard and actually replacing the teacher itself. The next bit was kind of what I've dipped into, and that's assuming AI usage. AI is already so ingrained into how we do everything. A lot of you have your laptops up right now. If you went and did a regular Google search, in fact, if you Google our school, chances are the first thing you're going to pop up is AI overview from Google. That is already there. And if that's AI, then if I get an assignment for history that says no AI usage, I do one Google search and it gives me an AI source at the very beginning. I've already used AI. I've already broken the rules. We can't assume that AI is not going to be used in our assignments anymore. It's too ingrained. It's already there. And that's where we start with this. Everything should at least have some AI usage. It's impossible to get rid of now. Genie's out of the bottle, and we need to start tackling it in a way that's not just restricting it, but letting it grow in a way that is healthy for students and teachers.
We wanted to be guided during this process by the impacts of AI, and we're consulting with our sustainability clubs and all of the factors that sort of implement, why we use AI. We wanted to be focusing on using it as a tool, not a replacement. We wanted to be thinking about the cognitive impact and the environmental impacts, especially at a time when there is such disparity between the resources between schools. There is also, I think, an ethical question of schools having different access to different AIs and a question of equity between schools that we wanted to examine, considering that we're in a very fortunate position to be using Leibniz and Cogniti. And we wanted to focus on that equality between students, so it was used to, again, enhance student learning. And so part of what we do with this is we've been doing surveys with members of the school. We've also developed our committee to be around 50-50% teachers and students contributing, so we can have that positive dialogue between the students and the teachers, so we know that the situation is working for everyone. And we've done this. Yeah.
What we aim to do. So we've talked a lot about what we think. We're now going to talk a little bit more about what we actually want to do as a steering committee for the school. So our short-term aims include just generally doing surveys across the school, figuring out how the school is using AI, how different students are using AI, how that differs across cohorts, how teachers are using AI. And also seeing how proposed changes differ by the faculty. Again, another restrictive part of those AI guidelines we were initially given is it doesn't differ by faculty. But of course, art is going to have a different idea of AI compared to maths, compared to English. Everyone is going to have different ways of how it's used. Everyone's going to have different perspectives on how it's used. And we're trying to incorporate as many perspectives as we can by including a large array from all the faculties across the school. The next bit is ensuring that teachers and students both feel comfortable with the protocols that we create, And another thing we want to do is we want to create an AI homepage for IGS that promotes ethical and good AI usage. Anna has been working on that quite a bit, and it just contains the AI resources, it contains prompt examples, it contains examples of how to use AI safely and effectively. And the next bit is how this will work in the future. We've kind of dipped into this a bit. We're just the prototype currently. It is pretty much just me and Anna and a long working Google Doc. But what we see in this organization is kind of an equal partnership in between students and teachers, focusing on a wide array of students and teachers, not necessarily those who are STEM oriented. We want to get a lot of people from the arts, a lot of people from a lot of different disciplines that we can see wider perspectives, because AI isn't just going to impact the STEM faculties, it's impacting us all. In fact, like I said, the main thing we're seeing it in is English, if anything. And we also want to find a way for a partnership between students and teachers where an equal partnership where both perspectives are viewed equally, and we can start to build this culture around trust, transparency, and a way forward. So yeah, a transparent committee to encourage regular student-teacher viewpoints. And with that, any questions? Yes? I wouldn't say necessarily the first term of this year. It was mainly over last year we saw the big increase. It's mainly being used to summarize. The good thing is that across our cohort at least, very little is being used generatively. That's because we had a very traumatic incident at the end of year 9. I love to talk about this. They got again, it was an English assessment. It's always English. They got everyone, so we all had a slideshow to do on To Kill a Mockingbird. Everyone who got over 60% AI usage in their assessment was sent to a random classroom on a random Friday afternoon, last period of the day, and they were told you have to redo your entire assignment in 60 minutes, you only have your laptop, and that's what we're going to mark you on because your original assignment was AI graded. That was the punishment that was originally incurred if you used any AI at all in your assessment. We have since got rid of that, I think, thankfully. Was a bit harsh, but kind of on that, ever since then, generative AI has never really been the main issue. The main thing we're seeing is a lot of uses of summative AI for reviewing notes, a lot of getting ChatGPT to test us. So I've got a modern history test, it can run me through facts, do I know this, do I know that? But yeah, it's definitely been an increase over the last year. Wouldn't say so much specifically this term 1, but a lot in self-testing and a lot in summative and writing notes. No, actually. And that was the interesting thing.
Oh, really? I mean, it's different between different teachers. I think there is, I guess, there is a sense of confrontation when you're asking, are you using AI to grade our stuff? And, there is a tension between trying to get, full answers that we're looking for and, also not wanting to sort of interrogate them. Usually we've had quite positive responses saying like, well, I've used it here to save time. But then some teachers are also not as keen to demonstrate exactly where it's being used. It's sort of a case-by-case basis.
The main interesting thing is that AI-generated feedback that we mentioned at the very beginning. When we asked the teachers about that, they were very forward that they had used it. And I feel like that's the thing. If we're already willing to be forward about it, then being forward initially can definitely help build a more trusting environment, as opposed to after the fact, after we've already done the full assessment.
Schools still use AI detectors to review assessments?
We still use Turnitin to detect large amounts of AI. We still do use AI detectors. The main thing, I suppose, has kind of been we don't want to necessarily start punishing it. We don't want AI to become a taboo on our work. We definitely want to promote its safe and effective use. And so it's become less, one of the things we did discuss earlier was a declaration system, where so long as you declared that you had used AI, while you could be penalized in marks maybe for using generative AI, you can't be penalized punishment-wise. So we can't send you to detention so long as you declared it or something, or we can't make you redo it all. But that kind of thing about definitely not making it a taboo, but still ensuring that we know where it's been used and being able to, we're not really able to keep it necessarily restrict it, but we are able to see where it's being used and monitor that growth. So yeah, we've still been using checkers.
So the partnership between the community and the school, is that well defined, or are we still figuring this out now?
definitely still figuring it out. It came from a point of us just being interested and concerned, and so we started talking. It's definitely much still in the making. We're trying to make it sort of, very much ingrained in the school, just giving advice and perspectives from students and teachers, sort of, again, like guiding on where to steer it, where our opinions and our goals lie, but not necessarily making all the big decisions.
And again, everyone has been very receptive. We find there's actually little difference in between what some teachers want and what students want as well. Same deal with both conservative and liberal teachers surrounding AI. There are conservative and liberal students surrounding AI as well. And so it's been really good to monitor that discussion. Not too well defined, but starting next year, we have written some rules basis for the committee that will mean that it becomes more defined as we go on.
Which year levels are involved in the committee? How many have you got? And how do you make sure that you're representing the primary campus as well as the secondary?
As of right now, it is me and Anna. We have had a lot of feedback. We have talked with a lot of teachers personally, but as of right now, writing the protocols that we've written, writing the stuff that we've written, has mainly been us writing from data that we've gathered across the school. Primary is something that we haven't really explored as of yet. The main concern has been high school faculty, but I think Ms. Law wants to jump in here.
Yes, so we have been meeting with the steering committee, and I met with our primary school technology, the head of tech with the primary school. So we're trying to bring it together. Kai has also been emailing me, also discussing, because we're going to hold our Day of AI. So we really want the students involved in that. We also, and I didn't mention before about our large language models, is that we noticed that students couldn't communicate, and being an English teacher, we created a Gen AI literacy course that we delivered to Year 9 last year. And we're expanding that to Stage 4, so we're going to also have Stage 4 and Stage 5 doing this Gen AI literacy course. And yes, so from that, those Year 10 students now are also going to be mentoring our teachers because they have completed the Gen AI literacy course. So we're trying to, we are communicating with the steering committee, but being in Year 12 as well, we also don't want to bombard these students who have done so much excellent work already. But yes, Kai and Anna did mention to me they want to start meeting more regularly, so I'm available to meet with them. And Mr. Marchbank is also, he's keen on involving the students more in this process. And we have updated some of our policies, which you wouldn't have seen, our teaching policies. But yes, it is a work in progress.
What's your vision with the work you're bringing to here? I guess publicly sharing it, save uprisings in every school, creating their own communities and replicating what you've done?
I think a big part of it is creating the AI homepage, sort of just creating a basis where students can be really informed about AI usage and hopefully being able to spread that to other schools, that advice of how to use it most effectively in the classroom and outside of the classroom.
And kind of, we want to, we definitely want people to take this work. I mean, obviously we're presenting it to you guys. We want you to take it back to your own schools, see what you think on it. Of course, it's going to look different depending on school to school. But one thing that we did talk about initially was that the disparity in different acceptance of AI usage. And the more we're able, I suppose, to establish guidelines across different schools that are somewhat similar will mean that we're able to kind of place everyone on a more even footing than it is now. When you've got different schools having widely different views on AI, means that we're going to get, I predict next year we're going to get a wide array of different HSC results depending on whether the school was liberal or not liberal about AI usage, and that will be something very interesting to see at the end of this year, and probably something that started to crop at the end of last year as well. So I feel like definitely, look, I'm not pursuing a career in education, but if someone, if Anna is, or if some future member of the committee is, then definitely something where we're looking at school-wide, statewide, HSC-wide regulations that are fair and even surrounding AI would definitely help an even footing in terms of AI usage.
You talked about the AI site that you're going to try to put guidance for staff and students.
Yeah, I think that is sort of what we're working towards with the homepage. Not only would it have, the regulations and stuff, but information on how to, use triangulation and all those methods to effectively respond to prompts. I think that is one of the ways that AI can be so useful in developing those critical thinking skills, especially because so much of it comes from who is saying this, utilizing those elements of critical thinking when it's not just as simple as who is the writer of this article. So I think that would be probably part of how we would structure a homepage. It's, it's still in the process of being created, but yeah, putting that all in one place.
Yes, and part of my role too is, and I don't know if I'm saying this correctly, the Leibniz, thank you. That came through the ICT department. So the head of mathematics came to us and said they wanted to use it. We're also aware we want to try and reduce the cognitive load as well. We also want teachers to use, we don't want too many products out there, especially when we're paying for a lot of subscriptions too, and if they can do similar things. So the ICT team is also working on the back end there, also looking at the safety, we're doing that all in the back end, but we're also taking in teachers are saying, we want to use this product, it's fantastic. And so we're trying to work together, but this is great that the students are sharing this with us so that we can also work with the teachers about how they give out assessments.
One thing I might quickly add there on Leibniz, when we were bringing it in, the maths department got me and another maths student in to look at the AI before we subscribe to it to see student impact. It is an absolutely great thing to do to get students in to survey the AI stuff that you're thinking of implementing. Because in the end, it's students who are going to be using it. And so if you're looking at subscriptions basis to some of these new AI models, again, I'm not advertising Leibniz, it is good, but it needs improvement. But other AI models and other new startups that are starting, getting students in there to listen to the pitches, we were given a pitch by the creator of it, getting students in there to listen to the pitches, also, because for one, it helps them understand how the AI is working, but secondly, it's in the end, it's their studying and seeing how the student reacts to hearing about how it will help their study can really help in terms of determining which AI programs are best to use and which ones are actually going to have an impact on education. In terms of the assessment guidelines we've been given, yes, with the new AI guidelines. In terms of the question themselves, no. In fact, some of the questions we have been getting, we've also been putting through ChatGPT checkers. And some of the questions we have been given have also been written by ChatGPT. So actually that is a big thing. One of our history teachers openly admits to using AI to writing some of his lower grade history assignments. So in terms of the actual assessment questions, there hasn't been a change necessarily in terms of the structure of them or the structure of assessment. There's been a change in the guidelines as to how we're supposed to use AI. There has not really been a change in our overall structure, no. The only thing is that some of the structure is starting to become AI written itself.
I come from doing a lot of creative subjects, such as drama, extension to English, things like that, where it is about expressing key human ideas. That's where we want to be more strict on it. For example, in art as well, using that to generate it, it's losing those skills of being able to take something from your mind and express it. So things like extension to English or drama, where it is expressing those, actually learning to put your feelings into words and communicate it, that is something that we really want to hold on to. And I think, especially with the feedback element, something that is, the most valuable about having that teacher-student relationship is being able to go and have that back and forth. And while you can have that with AI, we want, students and teachers to be working face-to-face. The reason we want to implement AI, I think, especially from teachers and students, is so we can spend more time face-to-face, speaking to each other and interacting with each other, not doing that, formatting work that takes away from those key learning elements.
And coming directly from the opposite end of the spectrum here, she's an English Extension 2 student, I'm a Maths Extension 2 student. I like to think of AI a little bit, I think Sam Altman said it well, it was like, AI is like a calculator, and ideally when you're starting out maths, you start without a calculator. You start doing it in your head. And I feel like that's kind of a good way to think about it. When we start, we want to start out without using AI. We want to grow the fundamentals of what we want students to learn in English, in art, in maths, in everything, in science, without AI. And then later, as they get into the later years, and AI becomes more about a tool rather than an actual, I suppose, stepping stone. We want it to become more of a tool in their learning, not just a way to skip past a certain stage. And so treating it like a calculator that way, we introduce it as the work becomes more difficult and AI becomes more helpful, as opposed to just a replacement.
Have you encountered any negatives with AI?
How do you mean?
Do you question the source of truth?
Absolutely. I mean, that was, we've definitely I think over the process of this have become more open to it, but that was also one of the fears about the quality of the information we're getting. That is sort of a big thing, and I think I'm definitely more on the conservative end when it comes to using things like that, but I think that's why it's so important to create that open dialogue, especially when it's things like JSTOR Assistant rather than ChatGPT that are used to find specific bits of academic articles. That is something that is so useful and allows students to get high quality information rather than a smorgasbord of things that ChatGPT has put together. So that's why we also want to work for those specific systems rather than just generally ChatGPT.
And also using AI is a bit like a map instead of just a resource haven. Like AI can tell you how to take history, AI can tell you how to get to a source, but you still got to go and get that source itself. You can't just take AI's word that the source exists. You can use AI to find it, but don't use AI to actually source it.
All right, I think that's it. Thank you. I'm not sure you're coming up to...
Thank you. One more round of applause. Whew. Well, I'm going to keep this brief because, man, my brain is full of information. And I know lunch is ready, so I don't want to hold us back too much. But just a couple of updates on Mitie, what we're doing. Hopefully all of you are well aware the Mitie 90 is coming up at the IS New South Wales. I almost said AIS, sorry. That's a bad habit to break. But if you haven't registered, make sure you get on the forum, get the link, register. And you would have seen David's post this week. If you're interested in doing trivia, we do have to cap the numbers. So definitely get your foot in the door quickly before that all books up. Otherwise, you can just hang out, have some drinks, have some food, have a good time, which is nice. Lunch protocol. We've got a bit of an extended time for lunch, which is great. It is going to be in the hall just across the road, I believe. There'll be some people directing us, which is good. Feel free to grab your food, head back down to here where you can mingle with the vendors during that time. Again, the vendors, are great for us and to us, so we want to make sure we're supporting them, having a little chat, seeing what they've got on offer. So definitely do that. And drinks afterwards. We're heading to the Pymble Hotel, which is only 700 metres according to my maps. So hopefully a nice short walk and right next to the train station. So if you are interested, definitely come on by. Aside from that, you guys can head to lunch. Thank you.
And I just want to begin, before I get into things, I've got some questions. I just wonder if you've heard of situations like these happening at your school. Perhaps a casual teacher is covering a lesson and something doesn't work out when they're trying to use the interactive panel. All the students say, oh, I know how to fix that, we can show you. A student goes up, everything seems to start working again. The lesson keeps moving, the problem is bypassed, a workaround is well established. There's no need to log anything, even though the underlying issue is still there. Or perhaps there's a new platform designed to lessen teachers' workload. It's rolled out across the school. A couple months later, or a couple months in, you've gathered feedback from staff, you hear that things are running really well. Just by chance, it surfaces much later that a core feature hasn't been working. It's definitely inconvenient, but the teachers can still do what they need the clunky way. So the issue took a long time before it was brought up with IT. Or one more. A teacher is trying to get their students through a fast-paced lesson, and it requires an online component. As the students are all logging in to begin the task, one of them tells the teacher the Wi-Fi isn't working. The teacher says, we don't have time to work it out right now, put that one away and go get another device. So that faulty device ends up back in the cage, waiting for victim number 6 on Friday. So managing these sorts of situations that I just shared are a core part of my role. So who am I and where do I work? Well, my name's Hannah, as I mentioned before, and I'm the IT Integration Coordinator at North Cross Christian School. And here is our school from a bird's eye view. You can see almost the entire school. Just below this, there would be another classroom, the playground, and like an oval, just out of shot. I work hand in hand with our IT manager who's here today, Jonathan, and we serve all of these amazing staff and students. So we've got just over 50 staff and roughly 375 students in our K-6 school. One of the great things about being in a school of this physical size is the ability to be able to work so closely with all of our staff. Our IT office is tucked up in the top middle. It's in the school library. So what it means is that all of the students, as they come in for their lessons, they'll see Jonathan and my face. So our faces are very familiar to even all the students in the school. We have one staff room, one coffee machine, and one designated staff bathroom. So even without being intentional about it, I'm guaranteed to pass or to have conversations with at least a third of our staff in a given day. So my role is I implement and I train teachers in all of the digital technologies and platforms that we have that are using in the classrooms. I'm working alongside those teachers to make sure that all the tech we have is meeting the needs of the teachers and their students. So with all of these touch points and close involvement with the systems, the teachers using them, you'd think that I would feel my picture was complete of how that tech is landing in the classroom. But here was my problem. Even with all of the careful planning, all of the troubleshooting, all the ongoing check-ins, chats with the staff in the classroom, all of that happening, when I would step into a classroom, I would still be discovering new issues that had not yet been raised with IT. I was noticing these various tech issues that were silently being worked around for far too long. Now, look, this wasn't happening every time. It's not like a crisis mode or anything. But it was often enough to tell me that I didn't have a full picture. From a teacher perspective, I have seen how even small recurring tech issues can quietly disrupt learning and just erode teacher confidence. This isn't about perfection. It's about creating conditions where lessons can flow. It's about students being able to stay engaged. It's about teachers feeling confident enough to try something new. It's about increasing that effort versus return ratio when it can so easily feel tipped the other way. So why is this a problem worth addressing? Okay. You've got to have something interesting if it's not. Okay, so this wasn't, I was going to say, oh, I've missed. Yeah. So with all of that in mind, I'm here to share a current journey of mine with you. It's far from complete. It's about what I've started doing to better understand what's really happening in the classrooms across our schools, and how student perspective has become an important part of that picture. So whether your IT team is large or a two-man band juggling it all, we're all working together towards the same goal. We're trying to manage a complex ecosystem of many different devices and systems so that our teachers and our students can focus on what they need to do with as little friction as possible. So why wasn't teacher feedback, why wasn't that enough on its own? Teachers were logging tickets. They were approaching IT when they needed help. I was having conversations with them, and I was getting windows into their lessons from time to time. I was asking them about what was going well and what wasn't. And they were happy to volunteer issues that were coming up so we could be actively addressing them. This is not about teachers not caring to fix the issue. It's about them trying to keep learning on track in the moment. Teachers, their attention is elsewhere. They are focused on students, timing, behaviour, learning outcomes, and not on documenting intermittent or partial failures. Issues are often small but frequent. These mini problems are minor on their own. They don't feel ticket-worthy, even though they might add up over time. Timing also rarely lines up. How many times have you gone to help someone like, well, it wasn't working before you came, and you're like the magical guru? And because of the fast-paced lesson, and because there's these priorities, it's just too much to hold on. So unless IT is able to see it in the moment, those things they drag on longer. And it's that recognising that the cognitive load is already so high. So remembering to log issues after a lesson, they're walking out onto a duty, or they're thinking, I need to call that parent. There's so much going on that by the time that that lesson is done, they probably can't even tell you who it was. And I'm speaking from experience. Like it is not realistic to expect them to be able to do any more. And so the pattern that we see is only full stoppages are what stand out. The problems tend to surface when the learning halts completely. That friction that slows or reshapes a lesson, it often stays invisible for some time. So what options did I have to resolve this? The teachers are at capacity. I won't do anything that adds to their load, especially when my goal is to try and lighten it. And what about me? If I see this as a priority, can't I give it more of my time to do some detective work? Well, I too am balancing many different responsibilities. I'm a part-time role, and I need to be wise in my approach so that this is sustainable and effective use of everyone's time. So I was like, I need eyes and ears in the classroom that aren't teaching at the same time. So the logical conclusion is to capture the perspectives of other people in the classroom, the students. They see and experience the technology daily. So where was I going to start? 375 students across kindy to year 6, 5 to 11-year-olds. At North Cross, our year 6 students are part of different leadership teams, and they're all tasked with different responsibilities for various roles in the school. My responsibility is to lead the year 6 IT leadership team. My role is to provide them with meaningful ways to serve the school and help them grow in their leadership skills. So in addition to the other responsibilities they already had, I saw this as an opportunity of involving them to address an authentic need in our school, which was actually really exciting and purposeful. So how was I going to work with these students that wasn't an unsustainable workload for me? I tried things in years before and it just got too much, so I had to be really wise. I'd also not really heard of anything like this being done, or what I was starting to explore, in a primary school context. Often these case studies of involving student perspective come in a K-12 situation, so it's more high school focused. So I decided to start small and see where things might organically lead to next. I met with this small team, there's about 6 of them, IT student leaders, one lunch, and I told them of my vision. Could they help me get a better picture of how things are going in the classroom? so that I could better understand what's helping them learn best and where there were other issues that was making it trickier. I wanted to know about what was going on. So I established this team as my spokespersons for the Stage 3 classroom experience. And I said, you are a direct line to IT. So if your peers have an opinion and experience and they want IT to know about it, they can tell you, and you know that when you see me next week, it's coming straight to me. Now, this responsibility was just, their faces light up. The sense of responsibility and esteem of their peers, like even that was just a great start. Now, I was really clear with them. This was not about them coming and naming and shaming any users of what they did or teachers who don't understand the technology. It was not about that. It also wasn't about looking for problems. It was just about observing what was already happening. It was a chance for them to have agency in sharing their opinions and their thoughts with me on what would help our school. Now, I wanted to give them a week to observe before they began to report anything back to me. And to keep it really simple, I gave them some post-it notes and I just said, keep these in your pencil case and anything you notice, just write it down. And then they came back the next week. So a week later, we caught up at lunch again. I was like, okay, hit me. What did you notice? And they have all their little post-it notes. It was just like in about 3. 20 minutes of chatting, I had a page of notes with so much insight. These students reinforced some of the IT issues that we were already across. They also pointed out some things that we thought had actually been fully resolved. They also unpacked a bunch of things that I don't think even the teachers realised yet, because the students had been finding their own workarounds to resolve something, so it wasn't surfacing to them yet. And they had some really astute observations of how different teachers use the same technology differently. So in Year 6, we've got 2 classes per grade, but with maths groups, they go across the Year 5 and 6 classrooms. So these students were getting a perspective, you could say probably about 5 teachers across potentially 4 rooms across the group of them. Their insight was really different to a teacher. I was seeing the quiet points of friction that was hitting the learner's experience. I was hearing the teacher's experience from the student chair. And now, whilst I wasn't expecting a bunch of new issues to be brought up every week, I did now need to establish an easy line of communication where the team could capture things with ease. They'd mentioned a few things like error messages, pop-ups, or similar that were happening too randomly to make it possible for me to know exactly what they were talking about. I didn't want to add any interruptions to their classroom learning, and I also was recognising that my part-time load meant that if something happened, I might not be there on the day that I needed to see it. So we decided that a digital platform for them where they could share quick screenshots would be the most ideal. Now, our Year 6 are heavy users of Microsoft Teams for Classroom. The teachers distribute a lot of tasks on it, and the students will share their learning too. Besides Seesaw, it's the closest we would have at our school to an LMS. So if these students were going to face a tech issue while they're on a laptop, Teams is already likely open in the background. Now, the irony of that statement is not lost on me for anyone who constantly has issues with Teams. But I created a designated team for them with a single channel that they could share any screenshots and quick updates. And they were so quick. They knew the keyboard shortcut for doing a screenshot, and they would just post it. And there's like a little example here. They just popped it up, and I would just give it a thumbs up, and we would talk about it later when we in person. This was so easy for them and for me. It just made the most sense in our context, and it worked brilliantly. This occasional drip feed that I've introduced, it gave insight that I didn't have previously. And conveniently, it was time-stamped. So if they mentioned anything, I could go and look if I needed to at logs. And the students relished in having this special responsibility. So what was I doing with this information? How was this not adding to my workload now I was finding things out? Well, as I started to gather insights, I was bundling it into 3 broad categories. I was looking at going, is this a new or additional insight into some technical issue that I need to bring up with my colleague Jonathan, our IT manager, to go, this is something that we need to address. Maybe it was added information to an open ticket or something that we'd been observing. It was also, the second one I was looking at is, what are some things that will actually shape my strategic planning for future staff PD? Because what was happening was they were pointing out things and I was going, that's really interesting. You're saying the teacher couldn't, I wasn't saying this to them, but in my mind, the teacher couldn't do that. I know that I did that in our training at the beginning of the year. Maybe I need to reinforce that, or maybe there's something going on where there's a friction point. The other thing that I started to look at, and again, it was in my mind because I was trying to make sure that I didn't commit ahead of time to something that wouldn't be sustainable, was any new opportunities that I saw maybe the students can be part of the solution here. Maybe they'll be able to play a role in addressing this down the track. So after several weeks of this, I realised that it was well worth trying to capture a broader student voice. I was getting really excited by what was already changing for the better in my understanding and my actions as a result of this almost effortless new process. For example, I was catching problems earlier. So I found out that with the set of microbits, some of the cables were getting this faulty error message. And the students were just doing, in Year 6, they were just doing swap arounds to going, well, which one works to get the code from the laptop onto the device? I knew that they were going to be used for the first time in a Year 2 science lesson next week. So it meant that I was able to quickly capture that insight and address it before a teacher's first lesson and experience with these was completely derailed. I was also discovering my own oversights in previous rollouts. So as I mentioned, we have Microsoft Teams. They just pointed out to me how annoying the banner notifications were popping up on Teams. I'd completely forgotten to think about that experience for students. When you have a whole class posting and the banners are coming up, I'd actually addressed with staff of how we could manage that and reduce that, but I'd forgotten to actually explicitly talk to the teachers about it for the teams. And I can only guess that maybe the teachers hadn't noticed what was happening for the students, or they just didn't realise that I could actually help them remove this distraction. It was also shaping my strategic planning because they were drawing my attention to areas which I then realised would actually benefit from covering in my future staff training sessions. So this collaboration with a small group of IT leaders was giving me a clearer picture of reality. What was previously hidden, I was now capturing some important things before they had a chance to snowball. So due to this initial success, I wanted to see what would happen if I asked the same questions of a wider student body. What insights would I get into the unique challenges that face students in the younger grades, all the way down in infants? There was only one way to find out. I chatted with a number of classroom teachers about this vision to involve the student perspective into how that classroom tech was going. Because Year 6, they're working with laptops and iPads. Year 2, they've just got iPads. So we have laptops and iPads are in 3 to 6. K to 2 is just iPads. Now, the teachers were keen. In the infants, they're going, yeah, my kids will tell you stuff. They'll tell you all about how they can't remember their logins and all of these sorts of things going, yeah, that's good stuff to remember. So finding out about they were keen to find out about what was working well and, crucially, understanding how we can make things better for their lesson. It was a win-win situation. So I got started on building a Microsoft form, really simple. It was going to be for students from grades 2 to 6, and that's because of where the typing skills would be sufficient enough to be able to capture. Now, maybe you've done many of these, but it turns out that writing a survey question is a real art, and it's really hard. Harder than it looks. Maybe it's just me. But this is what I had to consider. It has to be accessible for slow typers, and the whole thing can't take more than 15 minutes of the teacher's time. They said they're happy to give that up, but I have to consider from the point of the device to putting it back in the cage, they are giving me their time. I have to have valuable questions, and I need to make sure it's a valuable use of their time too. Multi-choice questions save time, but they risk only capturing the information you ask them to check. If you ask too narrowly, you might miss stuff. If you ask too broadly, they might be struggling to think of what is it that you really want to know. Will anonymity help them speak more openly? Could that actually be problematic? How do I make the questions neutral enough that it doesn't lead them to trying to search for problems after the fact? I don't want to open a can of worms or set a culture. Whether or not and I knew that whether or not what the students said was objectively accurate, there would still be a lot to learn about what they were perceiving, what was their lived experience. So as I developed the student survey, I realised that the insights would be much more powerful if I could just see, I thought, how closely would their responses align if I did a parallel survey for teachers? So then I developed a survey for our teaching staff, because then I could have a baseline of this is what the teacher thinks is going on, this is what the students are thinking. I also included the teacher aides, because the teacher aides are in the classroom and they have a different perspective because they're seeing what's going on, they have that adult maturity, and they see what the students are doing and they see what's happening for the teacher. They are gold on what you can learn from them. So with all this in mind, I actually want to pause here for a minute or two, give you an opportunity to think and chat. What kind of questions would you ask students in your particular school context? Or maybe if you're not in that kind of context where you'd be engaging students, it might just be other staff groups. What grades would you include? What questions would you ask? How would you phrase those questions? It's the phrasing shapes the kind of answer you get. What information might be useful to you? So I'm just going to give a minute now, and I'll pull in just to think, or chat if you want. All right. So I'll now give you a snapshot into the kind of questions that I was asking students. Here's one of them. Oh, and something to add in, just in case you're curious. I did decide to make the survey anonymous, and the reason I did that was two reasons. One, I didn't want them to have to do any kind of logging in. I wanted them to be able to scan a QR code and then be able to just get in and start. And I also didn't want them to have any fear of judgment or consequence, or like whatever they said, it couldn't be authentic of what they believed, and they had to give an answer that we were expecting to hear. So these were the questions I had. How often are the following things happening in your experience? I decided that the most objective measure of frequency that all students could understand was if I asked them to measure in halves. Because words like usually and sometimes, they open up to way too much interpretation. When something isn't working properly with your device, how is the problem usually solved? This question was to help me understand what's going on that we can't see. Now, I also recognise in hindsight that the working properly term could encompass so many things which might not affect a lesson negatively at all, but it's still just something that didn't go the way they wanted. So I need to take these results, well, all of the results, with a grain of salt. But I will tell you, looking at what teachers said and what students said was interesting. Then I started with some multi-choice. I thought I'll finish with some more longer answers. What digital skills are most important for primary students to learn? Why? If you were in charge of IT for the week and your goal was to help your teachers, what would you do? What would you change? What would you keep? What problems would you try to solve? And then, if you're in charge of IT for the week, what would you do for the students to help them learn? What would you do more or less of? What would you make sure happened? Now, the reason I did those kinds of questions is because we actually just recently had a public speaking competition. It was if I was Prime Minister for the day. So students are used to these kinds of questions of, imagine if you were in this position, and that gives me an insight in a kid-friendly way into what they see as important and impactful. Now, because I'm sharing a journey that's still very much underway, the survey window hasn't closed yet, so I put it in the end of the term, and teachers still have some time in the beginning of term 2 to do this survey with their classes and to do it themselves. But this doesn't mean that of the classes who've already put in their responses, I haven't actually learnt really interesting insights in meaningful ways. So for example, firstly, students are helping us get a better picture of what problems are having the most impact on their learning. It's helping us see what platforms, systems and devices across the school are running smoothly and perhaps what's not. What they include and what they leave out tells me a lot. It informs planning, it informs my prioritising, and it informs even thinking about how do we triage things. Secondly, I'm also identifying areas that students are yearning for more explicit instruction. That was really interesting. Or yearning for more time to be able to build proficiency in certain digital skills. For example, their response for what would they do if they wanted, if they were IT and they wanted to help students. A recurring theme was learning how to research online more effectively. And it was a really, really big focus on cyber safety topics and on cyber security too. This is really valuable feedback for me to give back to our teachers about just what the students are really interested in. Thirdly, I'm understanding what teachers need from me more clearly, and it's shaping my plans, like I've mentioned earlier, for upcoming professional learning that I'm running next term. So the next steps in this. What's rolling out now at current? Well, so where I'm going with this is the survey data will be an initial snapshot of what's going on across the school. I'll be able to review it and review the teacher and the student responses with my colleagues. I'll be able to use that information to help, again with a grain of salt, recognising that this is perspectives, but I'll be able to use it to look at my short-term, mid-term and long-term goals. What's coming up as a recurring theme? In this process, I also realised that a bit later on that I wasn't tapping into the free knowledge of our teacher aides. So I included them in my survey, and because of the touch points I have with them, I've been actually just asking them more, going, what's happening in the classroom? And it's great because that teacher will go across infants and they'll go, you know, the comm boxes work fine in this one, but in those classrooms, every lesson I'm in, something happens. I'm like, that's interesting because the teacher has not mentioned anything. And so that's actually been really helpful. These insights have also led to a new initiative that's already rolled out. So our Year 6 IT leaders are keenly spending a lunchtime in their week to build microbit projects for our teachers so that the teachers can make more informed decisions about feasibility in future term programs. So I'm saying here is something that the new science and technology curriculum, this might embed really well, but they actually get to see it and have it stress test by the students, like we heard in other sessions earlier. And it's like that quick window shopping of, will this work in my classroom context? And the students get to showcase it and answer questions. I'm also looking at the science and technology curriculum differently now. And the advice that I'm giving teachers about what I think is most likely going to work best in their classroom is getting a lot richer. So some reflections. Hearing student insights like this, like I've been this term, has really been a form of professional learning in itself. I shouldn't have been so surprised by how much I would learn and the way I would see technology playing a role in effective teaching and learning. And why this worked, I think, is because I didn't have a set agenda of how I was going to achieve my goal. It began by asking some questions and letting those answers inform my next steps. This has meant that the changes are organic and they feel quite natural. Involving the learners has given a really strong sense of agency and they have risen to new heights. It's been so powerful for the students to be part of that feedback loop, and it's also been really purposeful and wonderful for me to be able to facilitate that for them. Another thing that really stood out to me was how easy it is to underestimate the value of our youngest learners' perspectives. I realised that if we only treat data as valuable when it's going to tell us something new, we risk missing details that we already knew but didn't realise that they'd been sitting in the back of our minds for too long. Sometimes simply recognising that shared insight exists is all we need to prompt action in fresh ways. Now, I've shared a journey that fits within my context, and I recognise that we all come from wildly different school settings. You might have nothing to do with students in your particular role. You might be wondering, what can you take away from this other than a 40-minute mental nap? So I just want to share a broader question for reflection that was part of this journey of mine. It might help you think about which use cases and user groups are shaping your decisions, which voices are missing to give you a more complete picture. So here's a question I've got for you. Thinking about all of the, who are all the different groups of people in your school that teach, maintain, use, or observe technology being used in the classroom across the week? And I don't just mean teachers, students, IT. What are all the different types of teachers you have? If you were to look at your different students' experiences, you've got your learning support students, where their interaction with technology might be quite unique because of their role. So who are those people? And because it's the end of the day, and you don't want me to make you think too hard, I've put out everything that I thought about to speed up the thinking process. So here are some. There's students with additional needs. Our learning support team, we have iPads for them that are geared specific to them. You've also got, I've just got students as in middle of the line, like that's just, the general classroom experience. And I really actually want to point out gifted and high potential students because they really often get overlooked. And I think in IT, something that I learnt recently, with a gifted learner, if your average IQ is 100, a child with significant learning needs sits at an IQ of 70. Gifted learners is 130. They are as far from that average as the student that has significant needs. So they need modification to support their learning. So I've been starting to think about, we have some gifted students in our class with that higher than IQ, 130 IQ. Often what you also see with students who are gifted is they might be what's called twice exceptional. They have an underlying learning need. So whether it might be there's autism, ADHD, it might even just be dyslexia. Usually there's a combination. So they have the potential, but there's something that makes it really hard for them to be able to display it. If I start to consider the experience for them in the classroom and how technology could unlock that world where that teacher can start to extend, it's quite exciting just to think about how we can help those students as well as our students that on both sides, all across the whole spectrum of where students are at in their learning, how we can help each one with their full potential. The other thing with the staff, something I've noticed with casual teachers is they come in with a different headspace and they're excellent to talk with. So sometimes when I have a touch point with them, I'll just say, tell me about your day, was there anything that didn't work? And the difference between when you're covering someone else's class and when it's your own is you need technology to work straight away that day because you are trying to cover someone else's lesson and you're not thinking about catching up on another day or assessing their learning. It has to work that day, so they pick up things and they notice differences. So that's another perspective. The other thing is even with part-time teachers, and I think I've learnt this as a part-timer myself, is when you're communicating information, what happens if they're not there that day of training? Or just like starting to understand the experience of how it's unique for all of them. So hopefully that just kind of helps give a bit of a snapshot into what's going on, and that's where I will leave you. So thank you. Do I take it?
Yeah, I'm like.
Oh my goodness. Oh, still on time.
Still on time. Nailed it. Whew. How's everyone feeling? Good? Hey, nodding heads. That's a plus. Well, that is it in terms of our formal agenda. We've got a little bit of housekeeping to finish up here at the end of the day. Like I said earlier, we work with our sponsors quite closely, to help, bring our community together, pay for things, And as part of that, we give them an opportunity to give, a little spiel so you can see what they do if you didn't get a chance to meet them outside. And they get to give out a prize for one person per company that is here today. So I think we're going to start with Fax, because I believe they have to jump on a plane real quick. You can give them a round of applause as they come down, just for fun. You're good. 1 minute, 60 seconds.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll keep this very, very brief. Simon and Lincoln from Fax. We provide school management systems, everything from bringing the student in to alumni, including finance as well. Very brief on that. The other thing that we're doing a lot of work with across various dioceses across Australia is helping schools get their fees in time. So we put an environment that you work very closely with the families, and we help you collect those fees in a very empathetic way. So I'd love to have a conversation with you at that point. Any questions?
No, nailed it. Yeah. But your door prize is going to?
Go on in.
Lockie Pryor.
Lockie Pryor from Primble Ladies. There you go. They didn't have far to come. Is Lockie here? Are we doing if they're not here, we move on to the next one?
We roll on.
Oh, gutting. Gutting.
Those are the rules.
Somebody else could have pretended and nobody would know.
Somebody's got to tell him you missed out, though.
Yeah,
for sure.
Who have we got now?
We've got William Clark.
William Clark. Ah.
I think we need Price is Right music. Come on down.
Yeah. You could run down with your hands up and everything. Come on. Cheers. Thank you very much for
Thank you,
that.
everybody.
Have a great afternoon.
Enjoy. We'll grab our next sponsor. I'll get all of you just to come down and be nice and simple. Graham clearly wants to get to the pub, so we don't want to delay him. That could be bad. Yeah, come on down. Grab someone else.
Hi everyone, my name's Christiana, I'm from ASI Solutions. I just want to say thank you for having us today. For those of you who don't know who we are, we're an IT technology reseller. We've been in the business for 41 years, so we had our 40-year anniversary or birthday last year. The company was founded by two ex-teachers, so education has always been the core of our business, and working closely with schools has always been, the core of where it started. So over the years, the business has changed. We've acquired lots of different businesses. We started from building boxes to now partnering with major vendors like Microsoft and Apple. And so as I mentioned, we have acquired businesses along the way, including digital skills. So Tablet PC, we acquired a company that do coaching and training. And we have it's very fresh, acquired a new business called JTC Technology. So I've got Rohit here from JTC just to tell you a bit about what they do within the schools. So.
Hey. Ooh. Hello. So my name's Rohit. I'm from JTC Technology. We're mainly your on-site support, IT solutions. So we're your regular break fix. If you've got issues on site, we're there. We're your end user setup. We're procurement, aid in procurement, and technology infrastructure planning, things of that nature. Yeah, so some of the stuff that your TSOs may do, we're an additional hand. We've got varying tiers of support technicians from first level to third level that aid in various tasks depending on their level. So first level is going to be a lot of your grunt work. Second and third are going to be your more technical, service-sided solutions. And thank you.
Thank you. And we've got a $250 gift card here to give away. So
that is for Lachlan Stuckey from St Phillips.
Yeah.
Get Orion up next. Guys.
With our thing, my marketing goal will need to post it out to the person.
Okay, that's fine. Cool. And that would be the person we're going to be posting it to.
Okay.
Cool.
Oh, I can probably handle it.
Okay, even better.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Susan, and this is Kat. We're from Orion People and Payroll. If you're responsible for protecting system identities and sensitive workforce data in your school, you'll know that payroll is one of the highest risk systems you manage. Our education-specific people and payroll solution is built with security and compliance at its core, from data protection and access controls to alignment with Australian compliance standards. Our platform is designed to support the governance, risk and assurance frameworks ICT teams rely on. We work closely with schools to ensure payroll integrates cleanly into your broader technology ecosystem while maintaining strong controls over identity, access and auditability, so you can reduce risk without increasing complexity. So we're offering a Visa card to the value of $250, and we'll post it out after this, but it's for...
Paul Putland from St Gregory's.
Yes. So is Paul here?
He was. Is he going to the bathroom? Oh, check it. Otherwise, it will go to somebody else. Based on the groans from the people, they want to see blood. They want to reroll.
I don't have anything to give.
He's gone. All right.
He's
Are we
gone.
going somewhere else?
Redraw.
Redraw. It's like the highlight of the day for most people. Dallas Gill. He's not here either.
Okay. Round 3.
Does not pay to leave early, people. We got Curtis Krause. There we go.
Yay. I don't have the card. We'll post it to you. Yep. We'll be able to get the details
I'll give
from
you
you
the
guys.
details.
Yeah, cool. Awesome. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Come up, our friends.
Hi guys, so I'm Alex, this is Callum from iSAMS. For those of you who know us or don't, we are an SIS provider. There's a bit of a theme here, so we cover everything from enrollment to alumni, billing, finance, over 50 modules in our system now. But we wanted to kind of talk a bit about the theme of through their eyes, because realistically students don't actually see your management system. But the reality is everything you do in the back office, they feel the reality of. So whether that's feeling accessing their own data in a portal, be it attendance, performance, well-being, or whether it's interacting with staff. So that's teachers knowing their well-being needs, their learning plans. So what we want to talk about and what we love about iSAMS is our interconnectivity, right? It's not having a system that you have to align your processes into, but having a system that really works to how you want to work. Which is why we love iSAMS. Again, with 50 modules, you pick and choose what you want, and it shapes into your school environment. Our prize today is a $250 Amazon gift card. It's a digital one, so you don't have to stand up and come down here. We'll come to you and you'll get it by email.
And that's going to Liz Wesley from Ravenswood. No? Oh. These busy people. Tell you. Just means the pool gets smaller and smaller for everyone. Caleb Sai from Tara.
Thank you.
Come on down, clever.
Hi everyone, my name is Ramneek. I am a CSM with Clever. So what Clever does is we do integration with your student management system, and we provide application management, multiple application management, and from the security perspective, we do MFA and identity management for your solution at the school. So that's where we can come into the picture. And if you want to get more information, reach out to Clever, I would say. And for the gift card, we going to give a $200 e-gift card. So whoever is selected, we will email to them.
Again. The person we have. Ali Kusku from Shore. Well done. Yeah, I'll send that to you. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Hayden from Veracross. If you don't know Veracross, we are another school management system company here today. You can copy-paste what the others said, and we probably all do about the same thing. But let me tell you a little bit of a reason about why we're seeing schools choosing Veracross now. I think the first thing is that we have a solution for all departments, and for schools that are coming from a system where lots of people in the school are using the system, they want to maintain that. So yeah, alumni management, looking at fundraising and advancement, the full finance package, the teaching and learning, and the parent experience as well. The other thing that schools really like, and if you didn't get the chance to come and have a look today, please come and see us at the ISNSW conference, is our query builder and the ability to run your own reports and build your own reports within Veracross. We've got a couple of customers here today, and I'm sure that they will tell you that that is an absolute game changer when it comes to getting data in and out of your system and actually having access to the data that you've got. The single person record component of our product is also a fantastic way for you to have continuity across all of the departments using the one system. If you are a parent and a teacher in Veracross, you are the same record, and that person only logs into the one system and they can just switch their view depending on the role that they're taking that day. With our acquisition of Digistorm, we are able to offer custom branded school apps, as well as deep integration with Funnel, so any with Digistorm customers here, as well as integration into Digistorm websites. But I think a key component that schools really love about Veracross is that capability to brand their portals and their apps with their own school images, their own school colours. It's a fantastic way to engage with your school community. And lastly, the service and commitment that we bring to our schools. We have Follow the Sun support, so you can access support at any time of day. So if you're one of those people that likes to be at school early in the morning, you can talk to someone. If you like to stay late, you can talk to someone. it's something that we're really proud of, that our schools are really well supported. Our average response time to cases is like 4 hours, average case age is 3 days, and 35% of our cases are resolved on first contact. For today, and I hope whoever gets this has to take the train, is a giant Lego set. We'll be giving away one of these every day at the IS conference as well, so if you miss out today, come and enter the draw there. But feel free to spin the wheel. We spun it.
Lutfi Khwaja from AIA.
Hey!
On a side note, that's a really good Lego set. Just keep it in mind.
It's a good one.
Thank you. Hi everyone, Seb from Desire AV. I'm here with Michael Zhang from ViewSonic as well. We are an education technology and audio visual company. We work extensively with schools with their classroom technologies, so interactive flat panels like ViewSonic, for example, hall upgrades, PA upgrades, bell upgrades, and more recently a lot of interest in the LED panels which we had out there today as well, which are fully mobile and also wall mounted as well, and add a new dimension to a school in terms of digital signage, videos, and also your whole school community get in, use it for fundraisers, World Cup matches on there, get the whole community in, school concerts, Christmas carols, not just your day-to-day education stuff as well. So, and would you like to add anything, Michael, while you're here?
No, but the prize we have today is a ViewSonic 4K monitor, 28-inch, very high refresh rate, and I hope you're not taking the train because this is a very big display.
Just a side note, Michael, bit random, Michael has the most calming, soothed voice in the industry. So if you see him around at one of these things and you've got information overload, go and have a chat with him for 3 minutes and you'll be in zen. But we're not talking about calm now, so we're giving out free stuff, which is very exciting.
And it's going to Tian Heenan from Central Coast Grammar.
Okay.
Who is taking the train? And last one. Oh, good man. Yeah. All right, go for it.
So first of all, thank you very much for Pimble Girls to host us, ladies, to host us today, and to Mitie. So we are from Bitdefender. As you may know, many clients of us are here today. Some of them, they already won some prizes. So what we do is basically we do everything starting from normal AV to EDR, XDR, and then MDR. We saw a trend in the last 5 years almost, moving a lot of schools and education towards MDR, managed services. So we have 3 operational SOCs in the United States and in Europe and in Singapore to cover ANZ and the globe as well. We celebrated last month reaching 600 million endpoints protected by Bitdefender. So the difference, I think the main difference is, can be summarized in 2 categories. The first category is that while we have the largest number of endpoints in the industry, that give us the capability not only to detect and prevent, but also to predict the next attack. One simple example is, and I'm sure many of the victims are already in that room, is the hack happened on Qantas lately through their affiliate in an Asian country. We already nominated 6 airlines in that region, which are vulnerable for that attack almost a year, and we published a white paper about that. So yeah, whenever you are ready, if you're also looking after cost saving, we are a humble company. We don't put our name on planes and run balloons. So cost saving is one of the main factors that we focus on, especially in a cost-sensitive industry like education and similar. And today the prize is basically an original AirPods from Apple. So we can draw.
And that's going to Rakshanda Zaman from Unity Grammar.
Unity Grammar?
Nobody's moving?
No.
Nope. All right.
Keep rolling.
Keep rolling. I thought surely for the last one for the day we'd nail it.
You are not included in that?
No.
Okay, good. Christina? Christina Boni?
From PLC? Local? No.
No, Christina.
Christina, yeah. I got you.
Oh, okay.
Not in the house, all right. We'll roll on. Let's go. Third time.
Number third.
Do you want to get her? If she's very, very close, I can give it to her, or I open it to the people. Oh, that's good. We'll give it to her.
Ah, okay. From PLC. She's physically not here, right? Okay.
I was gonna, you can take it up and give it to her.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Here we go. I will give it to her.
All good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right.
All right, one last little bit before we wrap this up. One more round of applause for our sponsors. And a small thank you for everyone for coming out today. A couple of little housekeeping things, like I said, if you can hand in your lanyards and name tags to Shanine, who should be outside the door as you walk out. Also, if you've got any burning desire to have a Mitie Day at your school in the near future, I can say 2026, we actually have fully booked venues, which is great, but looking for 2027, trying to get ahead. So if you feel like putting your hand up, please do. And any speakers, doesn't have to be a complete project. Like Hannah, you've got something that's in the works that you just want to share, or you've heard stories from other people and what they're working on. We are keen, so please email us or get us on the forum or at IS New South Wales, or today at the pub. That would be great. Aside from that, thanks everyone. Have a good day.